All right, good morning, everyone, and welcome. Today is Thursday, January 19th, 2023, and we're welcoming you to a land use meeting of the Board of County Commissioners of Manatee County. It is a beautiful day today in Manatee County, and we're going to start the way we always start off. We're going to start by honoring God and by honoring our great nation. So my first question, is Tony Ledbetter here? I hadn't seen him in the audience yet. He's our chaplain today. He did not make it. All right. I'm going to put Commissioner Baugh on the spot and ask her to lead us in prayer, after which our Marine Corps veteran and County Commissioner Jason Bearden will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you're able at this time, please stand.
Please bow your head. Father, we thank you for the beautiful day we do have here in Manatee County. We are so blessed to live where we live and be able to succeed with this county the way we love. Father, we ask that you guide us today, protect us, and put your hand on our shoulders to make sure that we make the right decisions, to do the right things for this county and our citizens. Father, we're just thankful to have you by us each and every day, and we ask that you continue to bless us. And Father, please continue to bless the United States of America and Manatee County. In your Son's name, amen.
All right, thank you very much. Now I'm going to turn this over to Courtney DePaul, who is the Deputy County Administrator, and ask her to read changes to today's agenda.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioners. Updated memo for January 19th. Citizen comments were added. The public comments letter was attached. Under consent, item number 26, an item was added, authorization to advertise instead of public hearing to consider water and wastewater rate increases over the next 5 years. Under advertised public hearings, presentations upon request, item number 1, LDCT 2104, ordinance 23-12, formerly known as 22-10, Land Development Code text amendment for heavy manufacturing zoning district, PLN 2108-0181. This item was moved to presentation scheduled for presentation, revisions to a background discussion in strike-through underline format on the cover sheet, and also additional public comments were attached. Item number 7, LDCT-22-07, ordinance 23-16, formerly known as 22-54, County-initiated Land Development Code text amendment, acute care medical facilities and assisted living facility, PLN 2205-0055. This item, we revised the motion to continue the item to February 16th, 2023, and it will be re-advertised. Under advertised public hearings presentation scheduled, item number 16, PA-22-13, ordinance 23-21, Florida International Trade Port, formerly known as Ellington Commerce Park, small-scale comp plan amendment, and text amendment PLN 2208-0063. Updates from the Planning Commission approved traffic study and acceptance letter, as well as a revised staff report and additional public comments were attached. Under item number 17, PDMU-17-04 Florida International Trade Port, revised general development plan with rezone, ALPROP 1 LLC dash 7978 CCB, PLN 2209-0018. Updates from the Planning Commission, revised stipulations, revised ordinance, revised general development plan, and additional public comments were attached. And then under the regular agenda, item number 20, LDCT-22-07, ordinance 23-16, formerly known as ordinance 22-54. County-initiated Land Development Code text amendment for acute care medical facilities and assisted living facilities. This is just to request to hold the second public hearing prior to 5 p.m., and this item, again, is to be deferred. And it's not necessary anymore, so it's going to be, the first public hearing is being continued. And then under Commissioner Agenda and Comments, item number 25, there's an amendment to the 2023, and that's a correction from the agenda, state legislative priorities list to request construction funding for 51st Street West. And again, that is not supposed to be 2024, it's supposed to be 2023. And that's it. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioners, are there any items on today's consent agenda Oh, before we move to pulling items from the consent agenda.
That's what it's for.
Oh, okay. So I'll finish my statement. Commissioners, are there any items on today's consent agenda that you would like to pull? Commissioner Baugh.
Yes, item number 26. I'd like to have that pulled off consent.
Okay, Baugh is pulling 26. Are there any other items, Commissioners? It is the only item, so there will not be a consent agenda. And that is not really a land use item, so before we go into citizen comment on future agenda items, I'm just going to give everyone and staff an opportunity to understand the order which I'm going to run this. So we're going to have item number 25 first, and then we will hit item number 26 after that. After those two items, we will start working our way through the land use portion of today's agenda. So at this time, we're going to open up the floor to citizen comment for future agenda items. Are there any citizens who would like to come forward at this time to speak on an item that is not on today's agenda, but is likely to appear on a future agenda before this board? So I don't have anyone, oh, we do have someone signed up. Captain Thomas Carter?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so sir, if you come forward, and even though I just did, it sounds redundant, but for the record, if you would please state your first and last name, your county of residence, and then you'll have 3 minutes to address this board.
All right, Commissioners and ladies and gentlemen, I am Captain Thomas J. Carter, United States Army Soldier for Life. I tell you because I've been a contracting officer in the United States Army. We live at 7302 52nd Terrace East in Bradenton. This is about the roundabout project 6105160. So far, there's been no public hearing on this project. Traffic study was flawed, I believe, because the red light camera was removed, so the study really needs to be redone. The spaceship footprint of this roundabout in our backyard is not needed. 2 lanes with red lights and sidewalks going into 1 lane. Severe devaluation of our property is not needed. The fish and wildlife have nobody to speak for them, so I will. The ponds on both sides of the street are impacted. There is no project on the books for the Creekwood 4-lane expansion that they said this is all needed for.
We can't respond to you right now.
Okay,
Legally, we can't.
Yeah, this is not a time for dialogue with the board,
Sorry.
sir. This
All
is
right.
your 3 minutes to address the board on your issue.
I'm done.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Cool.
Next on the list is Mr. David Linduffer. Are you here to speak on a future agenda item, or are you speaking on an item that is on the agenda today? It's on the agenda. Okay, so we'll hold you until later. Is there anyone else who has not signed up who would like to come forward to speak on a future agenda item? Sir. So this is not for items that are on the agenda. This is for items that are not on today's agenda. So the way the process works is as we go through the agenda today, for each item before the vote, we will call for public comment on that specific item. So if you're here to speak to something that's on the agenda, when we reach that item, that's when we'll have public comment on that item. So this is for anything that's not on the agenda. Okay, we'll close public comment at this time, and then we're going to move to item number 25 on today's agenda, which is my item, and that is to amend our legislative priorities for 2023. It's written down as 24, but of course it's 23. It was Mrs. DePaul just stated. And this involves 51st Street West. And so I have a staff member here to present the proposed change to the legislative priorities. Sir, the floor is yours.
All right, thank you. Good morning. My name is Clark Davis. I'm Deputy Director of Traffic Management for Public Works. On January 10, the Board of County Commissioners adopted its 2023 state legislative platform. It includes several roads. Since that time, there's been some additional discussion, as I understand it, with the delegation, and the consensus view is that this is the year we have an opportunity to ask for road projects. And one of the projects we've asked for in the past is 51st Street West. This would be new road construction of 51st between El Conquistador Parkway and 53rd Avenue West. I don't don't have a map with me today, but if you know the area, it would lie along the west boundary of IMG Academy and connect Elcon to 53rd, which would provide some additional needed north-south connectivity in that area. This was the subject of what we call a Florida Job Growth Grant Fund application a few years ago that the board endorsed. It was not successful in its bid to get that, but we do think this is a good year to advance that project again, and so we're here this morning to ask you to add that to your 2023 legislative priorities. In addition to the correction to the title, I would note that within the body of the agenda report today, it says that it will be a request for fiscal 23 funds. It'll actually be a request for fiscal 24 funds, of course. The 23 session leads to the 24 budget, so that correction will be made as well.
Correct. So it will be on our legislative priorities for 23. The funding would fall in 24.
Correct.
And that sort of got mixed up in the verbiage.
And if the board is receptive to doing this, there's a couple of spin-off activities that we need to do. So one of the requests is that you add it to your legislative priorities. The follow-ons to that are that we make this road a 4-lane road in our comprehensive plan. So this would, if approved, we would initiate a comprehensive plan amendment and bring that back to the board in the future. And then we would amend the MPO project priorities that you also adopted on January 10, just to include 51st on the list, because when you start advancing projects and requesting state and federal funding, they'll ask if you have the support of your MPO and regional partners, and this is a way to show that. So in a way, it's a 3-part item. And that's...
Clark, today, we're looking for action to amend our state legislative priority platform. Is that the only action needed today, or will you come back to us later to give direction on comp plan change and for amendment on the MPO priorities, or do you need direction on all 3 now?
All 3 of those actions are requested today. You could take those up at a different time
No,
if you don't feel comfortable moving forward with those
I
today.
think we like government moving more efficiently and quickly. That today is probably best. Well, perhaps, maybe not. Commissioner Cruz is on the board. Let's hear from the board.
I'm not sure who, the number's approximately 24 million. Is there, we're requesting 10, we'd be putting up 14, correct? That's the rough
Correct.
number. And is that 24 million for the acquisition and the construction of a 2-lane? I mean, do we have any indication for future of what the overall cost would be to ultimately make that 4-lane, which is the ultimate intent?
These are all planning level estimates, but the 4-lane road we put at, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but it's in $34 million range, and so 24 gets you design and right-of-way for a 4-lane road, and then construction of the first 2 lanes of a 4-lane road prepared to be widened. So you're paying for the big half of construction when you create the first 2 lanes.
Are you saying it's 34 in addition or 34 inclusive of the 24? So are you saying it's another 10 to get the extra lanes?
I apologize. 24 to do design acquisition for 4 lanes, construct the first 2 lanes, an additional 10, bringing the total up to 34 to do the additional 2 lanes in the future.
Does it make sense just to do the 2 lanes then? I mean, if it's, I'm not saying only 10, that's a ton of money. But what we always see is we build the 2 lanes, we tie everyone up for 2 years in construction, which is just a hassle in its own right. We get utilities to come out there and drop a bunch of pipes on the outside of 2 lanes worth of road, and then a couple years later we go, oh, that was short-sighted. And then we tie everyone up for another 2 years for more construction, build 2 more lanes, and then charge utilities to move their pipes 20 feet.
So Clark, if I may dialogue with Commissioner Cruz, your thinking is accurate. For the purposes of getting this on our legislative agenda for 23, before we go up there next week, this language was thought to be the best way to go about it, referring to it as a future 4-lane. All those design, debates and discussions are certainly valid and will be had down the road. But we're not necessarily planning the details of the road today. You're not wrong by any means.
Okay.
But for today, we're just sort of committing to a road between 53rd and Elcon, extending that.
Okay, and this is your district, so I'll defer to you because I don't drive out there on a daily basis like you do. My question is, 34 million, we're asking for 10, that's 24 million from us for the entire thing, assuming we don't go back for another bite at the apple for a piece of that future widening. We're currently proposing and budgeting for what, 31 million for 59th? My question is, do we need a 4-lane road down 59th and a 4-lane road down 51st, or are they kind of duplicate benefits of north-south? And if it's deemed that that 51st is more effective because it actually runs all the way from Manatee all the way to El Conquistador, and we can do it all in 4 lanes and connect more things, do we have the funds available? And I'm deferring to you. Does it make sense to consider, okay, maybe instead of 59th, which is obviously a contentious item, and we're only going a couple blocks over for 51st, to have a better, longer, more efficient connector road, do we just go for the whole thing today, focus our north-south on 51st, and commit to that 24, because we already had 31. We're actually saving $7 million for what seems to be a better connector.
So I think what Clark is probably going to, the discussions I've had with Chad and Clark on 51st are, 51st is entirely residential from Manatee all the way through. There's virtually, I think literally no commercial on 51st at all. It's also constrained from Manatee Avenue basically to Cortez Road. So the problem there, because 51st obviously from, you know, a logistical standpoint would be the better choice. It was my first choice to 4-lane. But we would end up having to purchase all of the homes on one side of that road or the
Okay,
other.
so this future 4-lane is strictly from Cortez down.
That
We're
is
not, okay, that's,
Not
okay.
even Cortez, it's from 53rd to Elcon.
Okay.
Right.
That's where my misinterpretation, okay,
Yeah.
understood.
And, you know, and you're right about the pushback on 59th, but the amount of pushback we're receiving overtaking 3 to 6 feet of property from someone's front yard, if you can imagine the fallout from buying every house on one side of the road out, buying that house out entirely.
Now you've explained to me that the 4-lane is just that one new segment and not the whole thing, it changes everything, so I
Okay,
understand.
okay. Commissioners, anyone else? Okay, so we are looking for a motion to amend the state 2023 legislative priority list to include 51st Street West. Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Baugh to approve, seconded by Commissioner Ballard. Ms. Schenk, I know your land use. Are you comfortable with the motion that I stated?
Generally speaking.
Okay, generally speaking, we'll go with that.
Good enough.
Commissioners, we'll open this up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on adding 51st Street to our legislative priority list? Okay, seeing no one, we'll close public comment, and commissioners, you can cast your votes at this time. And the vote passes by a vote of 7-0, Madam Clerk. All right, the next motion on the floor that we're looking for is to direct staff to adjust the comp plan to include 51st Street West from 53rd Avenue to El Conquistador Parkway as a 4-lane connector. Does that sound correct?
Mr. Chair, do you mean amend comp plan?
Amend the comp plan, I apologize, to amend the comp plan. Madam Clerk, do you have that? Clark, are you comfortable with that? That direction? It's just direction. We didn't actually amend the
Right,
comp plan.
Right, understood.
Okay.
Yes, for us to prepare a county-initiated comprehensive plan amendment for that change.
Correct.
All right?
Okay, we have a motion to approve by Commissioner Ron and a second by Commissioner Bearden. We'll open this to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward at this time to speak on this proposed comp plan amendment? Okay, seeing no one, we'll close public comment. Commissioners, you can cast your votes at this time. And it passes, Madam Clerk, by a vote of 7-0. Lastly, we'll need a motion to amend the MPO, our MPO priorities list. How would you like to word that, Clark? Why don't I let you word this one?
It's in the agenda packet.
Or Commissioner Ball,
But
one or the other.
it's to amend the 2020, the Manatee County's 2023 project priority list to include 51st Street West from Elcon to 53rd.
Madam Clerk, do you have that? Okay. Commissioner Baugh.
Yeah, I just have one question. When you're talking about amending the MPO priority list, I know that 15th Street has been top priority now for quite a while. Are we going to leave that? This is not taking first priority, is it? Or is that what you're asking us to do, or? I mean, I'm okay with it either way. I just want to make sure I understand.
Your numbered priorities will remain intact and in the order they were before. This gets put in with a group of unnumbered priorities at the end that are
Oh,
essentially
okay.
showing local and regional support for funding sources that the MPO is aware of, but doesn't really prioritize. So it doesn't really need a priority number. It just needs to be on the list to show that we got the support of our MPO. So it's an unnumbered priority at the end of the list.
And I would also ask Clark, there are other funds available through different avenues with the MPO. We might want to take a look at
Yes,
that
we
as well.
try and keep as many irons in the fire as we can when it comes to this stuff, because you never know which one you're going to get. So we'll
Glad we're
look at
leaving
those as well.
15th.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that
Thank
was,
you.
no, that's,
You.
yeah, because we're making headway, the MPO and this board are making headway
Yeah.
with funding
Yeah.
15th Avenue East. Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Baugh, I'll second that, seconded by Van Osten Bridge to approve the MPO priority change. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward at this time to speak on changing our MPO priorities? Okay, seeing no one, we'll close public comment at this time. Commissioners, you can cast your votes now. Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. And the only thing, Commissioner Cruz, up until a couple of months ago, I did represent this area, but after redistricting, it was drawn into Commissioner Ron's district. So I am very familiar with it, obviously, but.
I did feel it went all the way up to Manatee Avenue until our dialogue.
true.
So you do represent
Okay.
a portion of this.
Gotcha.
Good thing we didn't know that before we voted.
Yeah, I was concerned that Commissioner Ron didn't have enough friends for it to pass, so I thought I'd wait till it was done
I don't
before
want to be part
I
of your district either.
acknowledged, yeah, that we're doing this for his district. Okay.
All right. Thank you for your support.
Yes, thank you, Clark. Appreciate it. Appreciate you coming up here on the spot. Okay, then we will move to the consent agenda item that was removed, which is item number 26. That item was removed by Commissioner Baugh, so I'll turn the floor to her.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I just, that's a pretty serious request. And I had a meeting yesterday afternoon. It was never mentioned to me that this was going to be added to our agenda. So it kind of caught me by surprise. I just don't think that we're probably ready to do that at this point. So I just didn't think it ought to be on consent. The people should have an opportunity to have discussion on that. So I didn't want to, I'm not going to move any further with it at this point myself.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, let's just make sure we understand what's being put in front of us here. This is actually word for word what was on, at one point, the December agenda, and it was removed. This is not a motion to change rates. This is not a motion to start charging people more. This is a motion to allow us to have that discussion in 2 weeks. We just had an all-day work session with endless sets of numbers and so forth. We've all have a week and a half to have further briefings and discuss this with staff and so all this is because this is a potential rate adjustment, we're required to notice it. All this is a consent item noticing the fact that we are going to have a conversation. We're not having the conversation. This is not an approval for any kind of adjustment or even insinuating we're going to make an adjustment. All it's doing is giving us the right to have this because it's January 31st, and any bonding we do for what we saw was $1.3 billion worth of CIP work required so our dam doesn't break and that people still have water coming out of their faucets. We need to adjust the rates first because our bonding capacity and the rate we can get and the credit of our utility system is based upon the rates when we go out for bonding. And this is the last day of the month if we want to start moving that forward. So that's all this is. It's not a discussion of the rates, it's a discussion of agreeing to discuss the rates. And it's the last possible time, otherwise we move all the way to the following month. So I just want to make sure we're clear what this is all we're doing is telling people we're potentially going to talk about it.
I'd like to respond.
Commissioner Baugh, why don't you and Commissioner Cruz dialogue on this item?
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. And Commissioner Cruz, I do appreciate you educating me on what this means. I guess I haven't sat up here long enough to realize that. But I will tell you that, first of all, you don't put an item like that on your consent agenda without everyone knowing, number one, that it's going to be there, and do it the night before the meeting. That is just not appropriate. It's not fair to the commissioners. It's not fair to our citizens. And so I don't want it to look like we're trying to maneuver in any way in an unprofessional manner on this. I want to make sure that it's done correctly. So, no, sir, as I said, this commissioner will not vote for it at this point. It needs to be done so that everybody knew it was going to be on the agenda. It is a big item to the citizens, whether we think so or not, it is. It's a big step for this commissioner. So we just need to make sure it was done, that it's done properly. I had a meeting yesterday with the administration for an hour. It was never mentioned to me that this was going on the consent agenda. So, you know, I just don't feel that that's the way we should do business here in Manatee County, and I'm not going to vote for it.
Okay, and that's fair enough. I also agree we should set policy to avoid putting anything on the agenda the night before, and I
Oh, we
will
have.
happily support that because there seems to be a lot of things that show up after 5 p.m. the night before. Some of the things I don't agree with, but they do. That's the nature of how our agenda seems to be structured. Again, this is my opinion. I wasn't trying to educate you, so don't take that as personal. I was talking to everybody.
that way.
I was talking to everybody in general about what this is. There are new commissioners up on this board. And when I was a new commissioner 2 years ago, I don't know what's what. It takes time to learn. So I'm just letting people know. You said a lot of people want to talk about it. I agree a lot of people want to talk about it. That's literally the intent of this, is to alerting everybody with sufficient time so it doesn't come up the night before. We're giving people nearly 2 weeks advance notice that we are going to talk about that. That's the most notice this county's ever given anybody about anything, is we are going to talk about this way out on January 31st. So if you have comments, feel free to come in on January 31st or reach out to your commissioners between now and then, because we will be discussing it. That's the opposite of a last-minute thing. And it's on consent because it's just administrative. All we're doing is making a notice. And I'm assuming the administration and this government is going to post this up and let everyone know that there's a public discussion on this. That's the intent of it. So I don't see a problem with having the discussion, because otherwise we do just kick this can down the road endlessly.
May I?
So Commissioner Baugh and Commissioner Cruz are dialoguing, but you are on the board,
would
Commissioner
welcome your
Ballard.
comment.
Commissioner Baugh.
Commissioner Cruz, I think it's very important. This board represents every citizen in Manatee County. We were not aware. This board was not instructed that this was going to be put on our agenda. Maybe you knew, I don't know, did you know about it? I don't know.
I knew about it to the extent we got an update last night. I knew about it to the extent when it got pulled off of the agenda in December, and I noticed the agenda update in December removed it, and I inquired with utilities as to why it was removed, because again, it was just a notice for a future discussion, which I felt we all had adequate time to educate ourselves and get briefed on it. So I did inquire, and I was told that after the completion of a work session, we would be re-noticing it. I didn't know the specific day of that, but I was made aware that this would be coming back when it was removed in December, because I feel it's important to have this discussion and make a decision one way or another. That's what we're up here for. If you disagree with the decision, that's fine. That's why everyone has a vote. But we still have to eventually have a vote, and just kicking it down the road and effectively voting no by lack of vote in its entirety doesn't serve anybody any good.
Well, I appreciate that as well. I can tell you that this commissioner was not told that this was going to be put on the agenda. None of the citizens knew that it was going to be put on the agenda, and I understand what you're saying. It gives us the opportunity to talk to the citizens. You know what? You had a town hall meeting last night. Did you discuss it? Did you bring it up?
We did. It was a 2-hour, it was actually a very good town hall.
Well, I'm asking because a lot of us would like to be able to do that when the time is right. However, the problem is, I don't know that this board has really decided how they want to handle it yet, much less to go public and bring it forward. When we bring something forward to the public, we are supposed to feel that we agree with whatever it is, and we understand it, and we can try and explain it to our citizens. That's our job. That's what we get paid to do. I don't feel that having something put on the agenda, I mean, maybe you got an update last night. I did not. I don't think many of the commissioners knew, so we need to just wait and think about this before we act. I'm glad you got an update last night. That's great. But
We all got an
the
emailed
majority of us
update.
did not.
We all got an emailed update.
You don't get an email the night before about a meeting when you're putting something on consent. You need to know what it's about. And as I said, we can sit back and we can go back and forth all you want. Bottom line is, I was in a meeting yesterday with the administration for an hour. It was never brought up to me. So I don't feel that I am prepared to vote for that today. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, then vote no.
I plan to. Thank you, sir. Anything else you'd like to add?
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Ballard, you're next on the board.
So I will add that I also was not made aware in advance that this would be placed on consent. As I stated in the work session, I do represent a lot of people who I think that this will have a particularly strong impact on. I would appreciate the opportunity to ensure that the citizens, that this was all made very public and very transparent to all of our citizens before it was placed on a consent agenda. I think that I'm not even necessarily against voting to have the discussion today. It's just the fact that it was placed on consent without my knowledge. That's really it, because I think that we should be, which we're doing now, out here having this discussion to make sure that everybody is fully informed that this is coming, that this discussion is coming, that this vote will be coming, so that our citizens can reach out, tell us how they feel, how they might be impacted, et cetera. And to just place it on consent the night before and try to kind of shove it through, it just seems underhanded. It doesn't seem
was
transparent,
nice.
that's all.
I love that. Love how you handled that.
Okay, let me ask this. Does anyone want to make a motion to approve item number 26 at this time?
I do.
Of course you do. Okay. We have, no, he has every right to do that. So Commissioner Cruz has made a motion to approve item number 26. Is there a second? All right, Commissioner Cruz, your motion fails for lack of a second. We will then move on to item number 1. And I appreciate the people in the audience bearing with us. You're seeing a little sausage being made, and that's part of the democratic process. Sometimes it has to be done. We're going to move through. We got that out of the way. That was non-land use items. We're going to get into land use now. Mrs. DePaul, would you please introduce item number 1?
Item number 1, LDCT 21-04, Ordinance 23-12, formerly known as 22-10, Land Development Code Text Amendment for Heavy Manufacturing Zoning District, PLN 2108-0181, and we have Bill O'Shea here to present if you'd like a presentation. Wait, I'm sorry, is this one moved? Is this one moved to presentation scheduled? So it's actually item number 2. I think we skipped item number 2.
Well, we're just on
no,
item
this
1.
is
I couldn't
item-
have skipped
no, this
2.
Number one,
Number 1 was moved to presentation scheduled.
So it's going to be difficult for me to run the meeting if I don't have an updated agenda.
Yeah, I don't have it either.
there's no new agenda.
There is no new agenda.
What did he did and we didn't?
Okay, well, if it's,
I'll read the next one because I think.
let's move on to item 2. I will move
certain for it.
item 1 myself.
I'm moving it too. Okay.
Okay, let's-
Item number 2, LDCT-22-20, Ordinance 23-19, formerly known as 22-91, County-Initiated Land Development Code Text Amendment for car washes, PLN 2208-0015, and we have Bill O'Shea here to present if you'd like a presentation.
Commissioners, would anyone like a presentation on item number 2?
And Mr. Chair,
Ma'am.
I was just going to add, this is the second public hearing, so this is the vote to adopt.
All right, so this is the adoption. Does anyone need a presentation on item number 2? Okay, hearing none, we're going to open item number 2 up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 2? Okay, seeing no one, will close public comment. There's a motion, Madam Clerk, by Commissioner Baugh to approve. That has been seconded by Commissioner Cruz. There are no commissioners on the board to speak, so we'll cast our votes at this time. It passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. Mrs. DePaul, please introduce item number 3.
Item number 3 is LDCT-22-22, Ordinance 23-20, County-Initiated Land Development Code Text Amendment for Sidewalk Deferral, PLN 2209-0089. Charlie Andrews is here to present if we need a presentation, and I believe this is also for adoption, correct, Sarah?
Does anyone need a presentation from Charlie on sidewalks? Okay, seeing none, we'll open this to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to come forward at this time to speak on item number 3? Seeing no one, will close public comment. Madam Clerk, a motion has been made by Commissioner Ron to approve, and that has been seconded by Commissioner Cruz. There are no commissioners on the board to speak at this time, so we'll cast our votes. Item number 3 passes unanimously, Madam Clerk, by a vote of 7-0. Mrs. DePaul, please introduce item number 4.
Item number 4 is LDCT 23-02, Ordinance 23-05, County-Initiated Land Development Code Text Amendment for Speculative Homes, PLN 2210-0047. We have Bill here to present if a presentation is requested, and this is also for the adoption.
Does anyone need a presentation from Bill on the definition of speculative homes? Commissioner Satcher?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think this is a pretty significant move in the right direction to repealing some unneeded regulations. So I would just like maybe, it's a good news item in my mind, so maybe a 10, 30-second rundown of what this will do.
Sure. Mr. O'Shea, could you give us sort of the quick and dirty on item number 4, please?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. For the record, Bill O'Shea, Principal Planner with Development Services. So this item has been requested by single-family home developers. What it will allow, currently we have a limit on the number of model homes that can be constructed within a development. They're limited to 10% of the total within that particular development, or 10, whichever is greater. There is a need for developers to construct, if you will, a stock of homes so they have them ready to be sold or finished and sell. The only way that they can do it is through calling them something different. Model homes really do have a temporary use, and they're under temporary uses. This is really building stock that really has no use. What this will allow them to do is construct new units before the final plat is approved, so that they have that stock available. They're proceeding at their own risk, so they'll be signing a hold harmless agreement for those units, and they can't sell them till after the plat's approved. But if something happens where their plat and their preliminary plat don't match and they have to make some changes in the field, they would have to address that, which could theoretically result in the removal of a structure. So they are proceeding at their own risk, but this allows them to take advantage of times when their materials are available and they have already employees on the job site, so they can keep the employees working instead of them moving to another job site. So it is, it's a real benefit for the developer.
So building permits can now be issued prior to final plat for more than 10 homes. And so that's the biggest takeaway.
Commissioner Satcher, you still have the floor. Is there anything additional? Otherwise,
Well, I appreciate kind of catching everyone up on the plan on this, but I just want to say from my perspective, I see the big benefit being to citizens, to people, that are trying to move, because I see the post of, my home was supposed to be ready in October, but now they're not saying it's, till April. I'm trying to find somewhere for me and my kids in the county because I already took the job, or et cetera. So to have, at least this option out there, I just feel like, in the free market, the more options we make available to people, it's going to end up in the long run being good for everyone. And so that's why I'm in favor of this. I see the post where something goes wrong, and supply takes longer than someone expected. And this would allow, some homes to be, in reserve. And that makes sense. And it's a free market. So if they're willing to put their neck on the line and build those homes before it's all finalized, it just makes a lot of sense to me. So I'm glad this is coming today. Thank you.
thank you, sir. Commissioner Ball, you were on the board at one point.
Yeah, well, actually, I was going to say pretty much what Commissioner Satcher said.
Okay, she echoes Commissioner Satcher's.
May I add one item too,
sentiments.
just that's interesting, is that we worked in collaboration with the fire district. They were incredibly helpful through this process, and they are still ensuring that anything that's built is still up to the standards of the fire district. And so that's really important too to note. So I wanted to thank them.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Mr. O'Shea. We have a motion by Commissioner Ron to approve, and that has been seconded by Commissioner Cruz. We'll open this item up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to come forward to speak on item number 4 on today's agenda? Okay, seeing no one, we'll close public comment, and we'll hold the vote. Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. Mrs. DePaul, please introduce item number 5.
Item number 5, LDCT-22-03, Ordinance 23-13, formerly known as 22-33, County Initiated Land Development Code Text Amendment under Chapter 2 Definitions, Manufactured Building and Use Accessory, PLN 2202-0126. We have Bill O'Shea to present for presentations requested, and this is the transmittal hearing.
Does anyone need a presentation on item number 5, which is a transmittal? Mrs. Shank.
Excuse me, it's an LDC amendment. It's the first public hearing.
First public hearing, right, of the two, okay.
This first public hearing, does anyone need a presentation?
Trans-
Okay, hearing no one, we'll open this item up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who's come today and would like to speak on item number 5 on today's agenda? Anyone like to speak on item 5? Okay, seeing no one, we'll close public comment. We have a motion, Madam Clerk, by Commissioner Baugh to approve. That has been,
Mr. Chair, yeah.
oh,
First public
Commissioner Baugh,
hearing,
there's no action
No
needed.
action required. It's coming back next month for vote.
Oh, yeah, this is the first reading. That's a good, okay, yeah. All right, so we've had our first reading for, item number 5 has had its first reading. It will be back for a vote, and Commissioner Baugh is excited to make that motion at that time. So we'll go on then to item number 6. Mrs. DePaul.
Item number 6, LDCT-22-04, Ordinance 23-25, formerly known as 22-52, County Initiated Land Development Code Text Amendment for maintenance within wetland buffers, PLN 2204-0072, and this is the first public hearing of 2.
Okay, so no action is required on this
No
LDC
action required.
either. Is there anyone who would like presentation from staff on item 6? Okay, hearing none, we'll open item 6 up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 6 on today's agenda? Seeing no one, we'll close public comment, and we'll move on to item number 7. This will be a vote for a continuance.
I'm all sorted out now, too. Okay, so item number 7 is LDCT-22-07, Ordinance 23-16, formerly known as 22-54, County Initiated Land Development Code Text Amendment for Acute Care Medical Facilities and Assisted Living Facility, PLN 2205-0055. And this is to continue the item to February 16th, 2023, and to be re-advertised. And so I don't know if Sarah wants to read the motion.
Well, it would just be to move the motion, the update memo for this item.
Okay. Madam Clerk, are you comfortable with what you've heard? Okay, excellent. We'll open this up to public comment. Is there anyone who would like to come forward to speak on item number 7, which is being continued? Okay, seeing no one, we'll close public comment, and we have a motion by Commissioner Baugh to approve the continuance, and has been seconded by Commissioner Ron. We can cast our votes at this time.
And to clarify for
There's
the
no one on the
record,
board.
it's to be heard on February 16th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m.
February 16th. February 16th at 1:30
At
p.m.
1:30 p.m. time certain.
All looking forward to it, yes. All right, Madam Clerk, that passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. Mrs. DePaul, item number 8.
Item number 8, LDCT 22-08, Ordinance 23-14, formerly known as 22-65, County Initiated Land Development Code Text Amendment, Section 531.1, under agricultural uses, potbelly pigs, PLN 2205-0076. And this is the first of 2 readings, so no action is required. We
No-
do have Bill here to
okay, so-
present if you'd like a presentation.
No action,
I think we can agree on this.
no action is required on potbelly pigs. Is there anyone who would like to come forward at this time to speak on item number 8 regarding potbelly pigs? Okay. Okay, we're going to close public comment with no one coming forward. And we will move on to the next item, number 9, please, Mrs. DePaul.
Item number 9, LDCT-22-09/Ordinance 23-15, formerly known as 22-66, County Initiated Land Development Code Text Amendment, General Cleanup and Business Process Improvements, PLN 2205-0087. And we have Charlie Andrews to present if a presentation is requested. This is also the first of 2 public hearings, so no action is required.
Would anyone like a presentation on item number 9? This is a general cleanup. All right. No one asking for a presentation. We will then open this up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 9? Okay. Seeing no one, we're going to close public comment, and no action is required, so we will then move on to item number 10. Mrs. DePaul.
Item number 10, LDCT-22-13, Ordinance 23-17, formerly known as 22-69, County-Initiated Land Development Code Text Amendment for Building Height Compatibility and Building Orientation, PLN 2205-0096. We have Bill O'Shea here to present if a presentation is requested. This is the first of 2 public hearings, no actions required.
Okay, item number 10, is anyone requesting a presentation on item 10? All right, we'll open item 10 up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 10 on today's agenda? Seeing no one, we'll close public comment, and we will move on to item number 11.
Item number 11, LDCT-22-17, Ordinance 23-18, formerly known as 22-74, County-Initiated Land Development Code Text Amendment calculating density and intensity on mixed-use projects at activity nodes and along urban corridors, PLN 2206-0029. We have Bill O'Shea here to present if a presentation is requested, and this is first of 2 public hearings, so no actions required.
Would anyone like to request a presentation on item number 11? Okay, hearing none, we're going to open item 11 up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 11 at this time? All right, not seeing anyone, we're going to close public comment, and we are going to move into the fun stuff. Item number 12, Mrs. DePaul, if...
Item number 12 is not so exciting, but it's PDMU-18-11ZG, Riverfront PDMU, RFT Holdings LLC is the owner, PLN 1806-0051. This is a request to be continued to February 2nd, 2023 at 9 a.m. or as soon thereafter as same may be heard.
Would anyone like to come forward to speak on the continuance of item number 12 to February 2nd at 9 a.m.?
Or
Okay.
soon thereafter may be heard.
Or soon thereafter. Okay. All right. Seeing no one, we'll close public comment, and we are going to need a motion on this continuance for item number 12. A motion to approve would be great. Motion to continue, that works too. Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Ron and a second by Commissioner Ballard. And no one's on the board, so we can cast our votes at this time. We've held public comment. And Madam Clerk, it passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. Item number 13.
Item number 13 is PDR-17-34 GR2, Azario GDP modification, formerly known as LWR 1000. Taylor Morrison of Florida, Inc. is the owner. It's PLN 2201-0007, and we have Racina here to present if a presentation is requested.
Okay. Is there a presentation requested on item number 13? Not hearing any. Ms. Shank, it is quasi. Does anyone have any ex parte communication to disclose at this time? Okay, we've covered that. What else would you like me to cover?
Well, we didn't introduce quasi-judicial, in case anyone speaks, we'll have to do a quasi-judicial introduction with the clerk.
Sure. I'm not sure that that's what everybody's here for. No, yeah, this isn't the one.
Open
that
the hearing, see if anyone's
Well,
going to speak
okay,
on
well,
it.
let me finish 13, and then when we get to the, the exciting stuff, we'll swear people in. Is there anything else, do I need to, hear from the applicant? Do you want me to go through all these
No, that's just,
processes?
just open the hearing. If they want to speak, they can come down.
Okay, is there anyone who'd like to come forward to speak on item number 13 on today's agenda? Okay, we'll close public comment. Does the applicant wish to come forward to speak or present? Okay, then we're going to move on, and we'll entertain motions on item number 13. We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Baugh and a second by Commissioner Cruz. We've held public comment. There are no commissioners on the board. We can cast our votes at this time. Cast your votes at this time. You haven't voted. I can see your screen. Okay. All right, it passes by a vote of 7-0 unanimously. It passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. Now we're at advertised public hearings. Presentations are scheduled. So things are going to slow down a bit from this point. And if there's anyone in the audience who is going to wish to get up and speak at public comment on one of these items, if you plan to speak or to present in front of this board, at this time I need you to stand and be sworn by the clerk. So if you think you might, possibly speak, now's the time to stand and be sworn by the clerk. Try to keep the chatter to a minimum so the clerk can swear you in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and representations you're about to make to the Board of County Commissioners are truthful and accurate? Thank you. When you step to the podium, please state your name, if you've been sworn, and your county of residence.
Oh, Mr. Chair?
Ma'am.
I just have one procedural question. So we had pulled number 1
That's what I was.
for presentation scheduled, and staff is here for that. That's legislative. Do you want to start that first?
Yeah, that's fine. Mrs. DePaul, if you go ahead and introduce item number 1.
Perfect. Item number 1, LDCT-21-04, Ordinance 23-12, formerly known as 22-10. This is a Land Development Code text amendment for heavy manufacturing zoning district, PLN 2108-0181, and we have Bill O'Shea here to present. This is a privately initiated Land Development Code text amendment.
Actually, the applicant should present first, so he can come up to the podium.
It's legislative, but however you want to do it is fine with me.
I'm happy.
Go ahead. State your first and last name for the record, please.
Good morning, Commissioners. Patrick Seidensticker. I'm a resident of Sarasota County. Thank you for having me this morning. I am here on behalf of the applicant, Sun Investments of Sarasota. Again, my name is Patrick Seidensticker. I'm from the law firm of Icard Merrill. Unfortunately, Mr. Merrill, who is also a consultant on this project, could not make it today.
Mr. Chair, could he be asked to speak into the microphone a little better?
Yeah, make sure he's talking right into the mic.
Is that better?
That's much better.
All right, sorry about that. So just a summary of what we're requesting today, and before I get to that, a little bit of background. We were here in front of the previous board last year with a similar request, and there were some concerns on the board of a few portions of our request. We had worked with staff and taken those comments into account. We've come back, removing one of our requests, specifically the request to add mini warehousing and storage as a permitted use within HM. That is no longer a part of this request. So we are requesting that the board find LDCT-21-04 consistent with the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan and the requirements of Section 341 of the Land Development Code, and recommend adoption of Manatee County Ordinance that's now 23-12. Specifically, what we are asking is to include 3 uses in heavy manufacturing: vehicle sales, rental, and leasing, vehicle repair, community serving, and vehicle repair, neighborhood serving. In addition, staff is a part of this application requesting to add a 4th use to the HM zoning district to correct a previous Scrivener's error. That use is equipment sales, rental, leasing, storage, and repair heavy. So this is just a summary of the text amendments we're asking, really just an amendment to the use table itself. So the purpose of the heavy manufacturing zoning district is to provide for areas of intensive manufacturing and industrial uses in appropriate areas of Manatee County that are capable of supporting such uses. We believe the proposed uses today are consistent and compatible with other permitted uses in HM and with the intent of Section 401.1 of the comprehensive plan, and the comprehensive plan, excuse me. And we actually think that the addition of these uses is correcting an inconsistency and sort of a confusing gap in the current uses allowed in HM. In regards to the comprehensive plan, the industrial heavy future land use classification is envisioned to permit a diverse range of uses within the underlying zoning districts, especially those that would not be desirable near residential zoning, like a body shop. Policy 2.1.19.1 specifically says the intent is to identify areas exhibiting a range of heavy and light industrial and other employment-oriented uses, and also to provide for the development of support uses which would provide for the needs of workers in, visitors to, and residents nearby any area designated under this category. So for reference, some similar and less intense uses that are currently permitted in the HM zoning district are equipment sales, rental, leasing, storage, and repair light. Those are things like computer repair shops, lodging places like hotels and motels, dry cleaners, daycares, schools, churches, convenience stores, and importantly, vehicle repair major and outdoor display, sales, and storage of merchandise and equipment. Again, we believe that the addition of these uses merely corrects an inconsistency and sort of a confusing gap in what permitted uses are allowed in these HM zoning districts. And we believe they should be allowed and included as they appear to already be allowed under the existing code pursuant to sections 200, 511.8, and 531.56 of the LDC. Those uses that are referenced in those sections are the outdoor display, sale, and storage of merchandise and equipment, and vehicle repair major. And when you read those two in context and in concert together, they allow for exactly the types of uses and activities that are covered under our proposal today. So specifically, in regards to outdoor display, sale, and storage of merchandise and equipment, the title is a bit of a misnomer. As you can see at the bottom of this slide, it's governed by section 511.8 of the code, and that includes outdoor display, service, sales, and storage of merchandise, equipment, and rentals, equipment or materials. So even though the title doesn't include it, it does include sales and service of these types of items. Specifically, in outdoor storage, the definition from 200 is the use of any lot for either the primary outdoor storage of domestic vehicles, restricted vehicles, recreational vehicles, et cetera. And then this outdoor sales portion, unsurprisingly, is the sale of those items listed above in the outdoor storage definition. I won't run through the entire vehicle repair definition for you, but needless to say, the vehicle repair definition covers the two items we're asking to include today, neighborhood serving and community serving, as well as major vehicle repair, which is already allowed. In neighborhood, you have things like replacement of spark plugs, fan belts, brake fluids, fluid replacement, warranty maintenance, minor adjustments, not taking out the whole engine, but general body shop work. Then you get to community serving, you ramp that up a little bit, you have minor body work, wheel balancing, sales of tires, replacement of mufflers, things like that. The only definition of major activities are activities greater than A and B. And in my world, that's not a great definition. It also raises the question of whether you're allowed to do items up to and including A and B, or if I have to turn away lesser requests for only more major requests. Also, major activities includes working on boats and boat motors. So there is some sort of line. I would argue it's a little bit unclear as to what is currently allowed and what is not allowed in the HM zoning district based on that definition. The staff request is similar. So the staff, as part of this text amendment, is also adding a request to include equipment sales, rental, leasing, storage, and repair heavy. And that's establishments primarily engaged in selling, renting, leasing, storing, or repairing farming, landscaping, construction equipment, industrial tucks, porta potties, lawn care, and similar equipment. So just to put this into context for you and why we believe it to be sort of inconsistent and confusing, currently permitted in HM districts is the outdoor service and sale of cars and trucks, domestic vehicles. What's not permitted is the indoor sale and service of those exact same items. You could arguably repair or sell an industrial vehicle, an industrial work truck, but you can't repair or sell a normal work truck or a work van. You can repair a lawnmower, but you can't replace a muffler, or arguably couldn't replace a muffler. You can work on a boat motor, can't repair or install brakes. You can replace an entire engine, but if that same person coming in asks you to replace their fuel pump or their belt, arguably, you would have to turn them away until their engine fell out, and then they could come back and come and work with you in your body shop. We believe that relatively inconsistent and hard to understand for anyone who owns an HM. So we do believe that the proposed uses are compatible. The vehicle repair uses, as well as the vehicle and equipment sales and leasing, are expected historically in HM districts. Other residential support uses, like these body shops, are already allowed, and even to a lesser extent. So things like we said, dry cleaners and childcare centers, hotels and convenience stores are allowed, but a body shop arguably would not be, unless you did major repairs. So these support uses are exactly what is contemplated in that IH comprehensive plan statement to be allowed in these HM districts. The omission of these proposed uses is inconsistent. Other less intensive uses are already provided, similar uses are permitted. The proposed uses are arguably already permitted, just outside of the building, just not inside of the building. So the inclusion just provides clarity and clears up potential conflict for both owners, property owners, taxpayers, and the staff, frankly. The application did receive a favorable staff report. The professional staff have found the proposed amendments may be found consistent with the comprehensive plan. We understand there is a concern that the inclusion of these uses, as pointed out by staff, may limit future opportunity for more intensive uses in heavy manufacturing. But the staff also pointed out that these exact uses are historically allowed in HM districts and frankly expected in HM districts. So these changes, we believe, in fact, would have the opposite effect and would reduce efforts to rezone such properties to allow for these uses, which would permanently then remove these HM zoned lots from the zoning atlas and require, if somebody wanted to come in and do heavy manufacturing, an additional rezone. And as we know, it's harder to go up to HM than it is down to LM, which would be the next step. I'm sure you're all familiar with the comp plan, so I will spare you reading all the policies that were listed in the staff report, but needless to say, they're in our application and the staff report as well. In summary, again, not to beat a dead horse here, but we do believe that these uses are compatible and expected. We believe they're already allowed. We're just asking to clarify the code by their inclusion here. And we do believe strongly that they will reduce attempts to remove permanently by way of rezone the limited amount of HM from the HM zoning atlas. So in summary, we do ask that you find LDCT 2104 consistent with the Manatee County Comprehensive Code, Comprehensive Plan, excuse me, and recommend adoption of Ordinance 23-12. Happy to take any questions the board might have.
Commissioner Cruz. Yeah, you can speak anything you want. You don't have to ask
But I'm
questions.
saying it's not a question. It's more of a
That's okay. It's not, like you said, it's not legislative, so you can make a statement now if you like.
That's
Unless you
fine.
want to hear from Bill first.
Are you going to speak?
Okay.
All right.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
We'll go ahead and hear from Mr. O'Shea then.
Good morning again, Bill O'Shea for staff. Can we have the PowerPoint, please? I'd like to start by saying that the applicant did an excellent job of describing some of the struggles we've had with coming to the conclusion that we did. At the last meeting that we presented, the board had asked some questions about the acreage available in the county. So could we go to the next slide, please? So this first map shows the IH property available in the county. As you can see, it's pretty much in a corridor. It runs off of 41 in North County and then down in South County off of 301. And I cannot see that. I think it's like 4,700 acres that's available now for industrial heavy. And if you can go to the next slide, currently all we have zoned as heavy manufacturing is, I believe it was 1,444 acres. So as you can see, only a third of the acreage is in the heavy manufacturing zoning district. There are some conflicts in the code as far as uses go. There's only two places, two zoning districts that you can have heavy manufacturing. That would be HM or PDI or Plan Development Industrial. If you look at the uses in Plan Development Industrial, it includes all of these uses, both light and heavy manufacturing. So I'm not exactly sure why it doesn't match the heavy manufacturing table, but there is the allowance should this go to a PDI or down zone to LM, they could do these uses without this change. However, as the applicant had pointed out, they would like to maintain the property in HM for future potential development. If the auto sales that was mentioned under 511.8 is allowed as an accessory use to the principal use, I believe that based on the information I've been provided, the principal use will be auto repair, And so they can have that as a accessory use. So if the board is concerned that a major car dealer could go into this property, first of all, it's not large enough. Second of all, it's not allowed because that would be the principal use. So if you could go to the next slide, please. So these were already pointed out to you by Patrick, so I'm not going to go over what is allowed that's not an intensive use. But I will tell you that there is, in the comp plan under industrial heavy, we're supposed to limit the use of the properties to those that have objectionable impacts, such as noise, smoke, vibrations. But it also speaks to allowing some of these other neighborhood-serving uses. So, you know, it's kind of, again, it's a little bit contrary within the policy itself. So, if you can go to the next slide, please. So anyway, the support uses that we're talking about today, Patrick went over this, are allowed in industrial heavy. We do have things that I would not consider industrial heavy already allowed in heavy manufacturing. Ones that, in my opinion, should not be located there for any reason, such as hotels or schools. You could, I don't think the school board would do it, but if they wanted to pick a piece of property in IH or heavy manufacturing, they could build a school on it. I certainly would not want my children going to school in a heavy manufacturing zoning district. So it is a bit, it's just not real clear. And I don't have the history of how we established all those uses, but in my mind, it's not, there's not really a clear distinction between heavy manufacturing uses and what we allow in the district. So staff has found that because of some of the inconsistencies, some of the other categories that are allowed under heavy manufacturing, you can pull some of the uses out and you can do them in other uses like Patrick had pointed out to you. So because of that, we found the request to be consistent with both the comp plan and the land development code. So I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Commissioner Cruz? Okay. Does anyone have questions for Mr. O'Shea? All right, hearing none. Thank you, sir. Commissioner Cruz?
Yeah, I spoke out kind of not in favor of this last time it came up, and I don't think changing one thing off of it really changes my mind. Here's the thing. We have very little of this. As Bill just pointed out, we have 1,600, 1,700 acres in all of Manatee County for heavy manufacturing. We consistently talk about using our EDC, using our port to expand our wage base, diversify our economy, and you're going to allow things like car dealerships here. I get the what's permitted versus not permitted, and we're trying to use the look at these ridiculous things that are already allowed here, so therefore allow this too. Those things probably got in based on this same type of meeting we're having. Somebody somewhere along the way decided to show up here and say, why can't I put a hotel in all of heavy manufacturing or industrial heavy? And some board sometime in the past said, sure, why not? Now there's a hotel there, and now it builds on it saying, well, you let them do it, so let me do it. And you're going to keep dwindling this down. Nobody's ever going to take a piece of ag land around some single-family homes and upzone it to heavy manufacturing on this board. Nobody's going to take a traditional piece of commercial property on a corner and upzone it. You're never going to get upzoned to heavy manufacturing any place because too much has been built around it. If someone wants to come in with a specific site in a specific location and ask to downzone from heavy manufacturing, we can assess that based on that specific site and its surrounding areas at the time of that particular request. Now, I'm always in agreement that we should be creating more efficiency for developers and investors and companies here in Manatee County. So, yes, my preference on a macro level is to rezone things to allow more uses because it leaves less uncertainty for people. It speeds things up. It makes things more economical for people to do things in Manatee County. I like to be a user-friendly county, but this is a little bit different animal. There's not a lot of this, and we're trying to attract these very kind of industries that use heavy manufacturing zoning in a very depleted supply. You look at this map, it's only in a few locations. It's not like heavy manufacturing sprinkled all over Manatee County. It's up by the port. It's down, near the Cortez area, just over from the DeSoto Mall, and it's down on that 301 corridor where we're seeing a lot of investment attention to it, where people want to build what we want them to build and create the jobs and the wages we want them to do. So if you allow somebody to come in blindly, any place, they could put a car dealership right next to our port and say, now I can bring cars in from Mexico straight over into the port, drive it over to my car dealership. You've now limited the size of our port because you've allowed it as of right. You can go put car dealerships in places where there's potential heavy manufacturing next to it, and we're already dealing with rock crushing issues and things of that nature in this county. Well, you put a Lexus dealership next to a piece of land, someone says, I want to crush rock. You can't. You're going to put dust on my car. You're limiting the use. So if somebody wants to come in and propose, I'd like to put a car dealership in this heavy manufacturing, please downzone me to something acceptable, I will have that discussion. We upzone and downzone and rezone things. Half today is going to be about rezoning property. That's what we do in land use meetings. But we do it on a site-by-site basis. Doing it globally and further compressing what's already a very compressed zoning designation here in Manatee County, I think is just bad policy, and I don't think in the long run is good for us. I'd rather, and we're never going to do it because now you're going to run into bigger issues, I'd rather take out all those extra things that shouldn't be in there in the first place and truly use this for heavy manufacturing and go find those jobs, find more air products and companies that do these kind of things. Not the other way around and just keep adding stuff, because I don't want to throw good policy after bad policy. I don't agree with how it was done in the past. That's why I've said we need to redo this comp plan. I think this comp plan has been slowly Frankensteined out and carved up to whatever people's desires at any given time, and we need to clean this thing up. And this is a perfect example of things building on each other until it's almost an unusable plan, and people can point to one bad policy and say, now let me do this bad policy. I don't agree with this.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Ballard.
I tend to agree with Commissioner Cruz on this. He said a lot of the things that I would have said. I also have a question about the primary use as for vehicle sales, because that's the thing that really stands out to me in this request is, Mr. O'Shea, you said in your presentation that vehicle sales would only be a secondary use along with the community serving or neighborhood serving vehicle repair. I don't necessarily have an issue with those types of vehicle repair, but I just don't understand how this text amendment limits the vehicle sales, rental, and leasing to only a secondary use. And that's my biggest concern.
It doesn't, because they could under the current proposal, but there is an allowance as a second or an accessory use. So if the applicant was in agreement, if that's the major issue that you're having with this request, more so than the different levels of auto repair, perhaps they would be willing to withdraw that part of the request if they're faced with denial or.
That's my personal issue. The different levels of auto repair, that doesn't particularly concern me. It's really the vehicle sales, rental, and leasing. That's my biggest concern, because I think that is the one that takes us out of the heavy industrial. I don't want to. There are plenty of places where we can put vehicle sales, where we can put car dealerships. We have a very limited amount of heavy manufacturing land, and I don't want that used on. I don't want that used on big car lots. I just don't think it's a good idea.
Okay, thank you. We don't have anyone else on the board. Commissioner Satcher is on the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Do you take, amusement in doing that to me? All the time. I'm like, well, no one else has anything to say, and you hit your button. You're consistent. You're consistent.
I like to keep you on your toes. I understand the reluctance to expand this, what's allowed here, but it sure does seem to make a lot of sense. And when I think of the other alternative, which is putting this next to residential, nobody's going to, they're not going to put I'm just saying, if someone wants to sell cars, I'm assuming from all the background information, even though I don't even see a map of where exactly this is because it's going to be over for the whole county. But I'm assuming that somebody wants to put in something that sells cars, fixes cars, whatever. And to me, even though it might be an unpopular decision today, there are other options would probably be close to residential if you're in Manatee County, because they're not going to go, way, way out east, because they're not going to have any customers out there. So I'm making an argument that you got something that is not necessarily anybody's favorite. So where do you want to put it? I don't want, 1,000 residents upset because a car lot's coming in on a commercial corner right next to where their homes are. I'd rather it be somewhere here where, obviously, if somebody wants to put in a Air Products 2 company, then they should be looking at the land and buying it for that purpose, making it sit when otherwise it logically makes sense that if you could manufacture something, why can't you sell a car there? That seems logical to me, so I'll be with this. And I even, I get flack about storage units when I get home. My wife, and we all, see some in some corners where we wish, okay, I wish something else was there. But then the other option is if there's a lot of demand for storage units, then why wouldn't we, and of course he's already made the decision on this based on conversation last time, but I kind of feel for the guy because he didn't even gain a vote on it. And he probably, spent a lot of time and money taking storage units out of the proposal. But anyway, my point on that is that if there's demand for storage units, wouldn't that be the best place to put them, away from where people in their neighborhoods, in this case, are, which is not an option. It's not an option in this county. So anyway, we're making it tough on people, seems to me like. So I'll vote for this. It's not that I'm excited about it, but I'll vote for it.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Baugh and then Commissioner Cruz.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an argument that can go both ways, really. For those of us that live out east, a few years ago, we ended up, I didn't vote for it, but there's a car dealership that's right there at 64, or it hasn't gone in yet, but it's going to be built. It's in litigation right now. It's going to be built there at Upper Manatee and 64. Yeah. So, it's a double-edged sword. I mean, you don't want a car dealership necessarily around any residential homes because, it can be a problem, and the noise can be a problem, the lights, et cetera. But at the same time, I do understand where Commissioner Ballard is coming from, and she's got a good argument there. But if I had to choose, I would much rather that car dealership, as much as it's not really heavy manufacturing, but I'd rather it be there if need be than around, some homes. So it's a double-edged sword. I will vote for this motion when it's time, because I think that any business owner isn't necessarily going to put a car dealership, I'm speaking to the attorney now when I say this. As a business owner myself, I can tell you that heavy manufacturing would not be my choice for a car dealership per se, because of the fact that you're not going to have a lot of your customers going by and seeing your product. So, I think that probably takes care of a lot of that issue. But, that's kind of where I stand on that. And Bill's looking at me like, oh, gosh, you knew I was going to bring that up. So, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Baugh, if I may, I'm happy to speak to that as well. I don't believe the intent is to go and put up a BMW dealership in heavy manufacturing. I believe the intent of my client is to if allowed, build a body shop, where it's clear what he's allowed to do within the body shop. And if as a part of that body shop, he doesn't want to sell a car out by the street and in fact bring it in, he's able to do that.
Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, but again, I'll just reiterate, we rezone property all the time because we know exactly what that parcel is going to be, and we know what somebody's going to build on it. We can make educated decisions, sometimes not educated decisions based upon a certain car dealership that was just implied. But we can look at it on a one-off basis. Here, it's like, this is equivalent of if some residential home builders came in and said, you know what, why don't we just blanket rezone or give as of right for single-family homes on every piece of ag throughout the entire county. So that way I don't have to keep coming back to you. Well, it'd be nice to know where those things are before we do it. Or let's just upzone all R3 to R9 because you guys like multifamily. So let's just upzone it all. I may not build multifamily, but give me the right to do it. Here, it's like, this may be very Machiavellian in terms of my view, but people come to ask for particular rezones of parcels all the time. Very rarely does somebody come and try to effectively rezone an entire zoning classification. Again, I'm not saying this is true, but this is just where my mind goes. If someone's trying to rezone an entire classification to allow for something, it's probably because they want to put something within that zoning where we otherwise maybe wouldn't like it. Like, that's just my opinion. It could be wrong, but the reality is, if somebody wanted to put a car dealership or a body shop, any place where a body shop makes logical sense, they would just come in and say, I want to rezone this one little parcel from HM to light manufacturing or commercial or whatever it is, because I want to put in a body shop. And now, after the whole pharmacy thing and some adjustments that we made, now you can get specific approvals for specific use. And someone can come in and say, this little parcel I want as a body shop. And we'd all say, sounds good if it makes sense. But if you're just going to blanket all of it, all the great intentions of what the plans are don't really mean anything, because even if this particular applicant wants to put in a body shop where a body shop makes sense, that doesn't preclude all of the other people who now, as of right, can come in and they could be the ones who want to put the BMW dealership next to the port or in a place where it doesn't make sense, because this isn't exclusive to this particular applicant. This now opens it up to everybody in the world to come into Manatee County and put car dealerships and other things that maybe don't belong in heavy manufacturing there, because we've given them the right. They don't have to come to us and ask for permission. We've now allowed it as an acceptable use. I don't like that. I like, for things like this, which is, we have very small parcels of land and a very unique asset or utilization, to come to us and ask for it, and then we can determine based on where the residences are and what the neighboring uses are, whether that makes logical sense. We do this twice a month. It's not hard to find us.
So no one's on the board. I'm going to weigh in and agree with a lot of what Commissioner Cruz is saying, and I would also add that there's not a lot of heavy manufacturing, as we saw on the map, in Manatee County. And so the areas that are zoned for, first of all, we're trying to attract manufacturing jobs to Manatee County and diversify our workforce. It's heavily concentrated on construction and also tourism. So as we're trying to do that, you mentioned the word asset. That's what sort of cued me up there, is these heavy manufacturing zoned properties are assets to the county. They're not just assets to the property owner, but they're assets to the county as a whole when it comes to diversifying our workforce. So I'm going to defer with Commissioner Cruz here. I'm going to agree with him, and I'm going to say that I think it's smart for us to protect the heavy manufacturing that we do have. There is a motion to approve this item. It's been made by Commissioner Ron, and the motion has been seconded by Commissioner Baugh. Madam Clerk, that's for your knowledge. And then before, you want to go to public comment, or do you want to speak now?
I just want to make
Okay.
one last comment.
We'll go to
the
Commissioner Baugh.
Obviously, you kind of see where this is heading. So,
Can I ask to hear from Commissioner Bearden?
As the chair, we're
no, you can't.
in deliberation, so the applicant should sit down.
Sure.
Just vote.
I'm happy to answer any further questions if you have any. Thank you.
Well, actually, I did have a question.
Okay, we'll
but
keep him
that's
at the podium
okay.
for.
Never mind, I understand.
Brainiac.
Never mind.
Did you want to make a statement?
No,
Okay,
we're in deliberations.
that we are. Commissioner Bearden, we have not heard from you.
you're
I
gonna let
typically
him?
ask, well, without the applicant having said that, I typically say that at the end anyway. If
I mean,
I agree with y'all. I mean, in regards to it being zoned specifically for heavy manufacturing, right? Meaning, we don't have a lot of that's out there. And if we have it, we want to be able to be able to market it in a way to attract those types of companies. So I'm with Chairman Van Ostenbridge and Commissioner Cruz on this subject matter. So completely agree with both of you on this.
Okay, thank you, sir. We're going to open this up to public comment. Is there anyone, it's sort of an interesting debate here. Is there anyone who would like to come forward to speak on, what item is this? This is 1, isn't it? Item number, oh, geez, at 9:25 already. We're on item 1. Is there anyone who would like to come forward to speak on item number 1? Okay, seeing no one, we'll close public comment. And as I said, Madam Clerk, the motion by Ron, seconded by Baugh. Commissioners, you can cast your votes at this time. Okay, so the item fails, Madam Clerk. In dissent, we had Ballard, Van Ostenbridge, Bearden, and Cruz. In support were Satcher, Ron, and Baugh.
Okay, can I have a minute?
Well, I was verbalizing that so you'd have to twist your neck like that.
I know, but I didn't.
Okay, so in dissent is Ballard, Van Ostenbridge, Bearden, and Cruz. In support, Satcher, Ron, and Baugh.
Thank you.
So it's 4-3.
Thank you.
Well, sorry, 3-4, it fails.
And, Mr. Chair, if staff wants to bring back a separate ordinance with just the staff changes in it, you still have the option to do that.
Okay, so folks, we have a regularly scheduled 10-minute recess at 10:30. It's 10:26.
Mr. Chair, I had one housekeeping measure.
Housekeeping, we have 4 minutes.
Well, on the quasi-judicial items that we just went over here, I recall you did ask for exclusion of ex parte communication at Riverfront PDMU. The clerk pointed out that we didn't ask for ex parte communication disclosure on Nazario, item 13. I thought he did too, but
That's okay.
That,
That's okay. Commissioners, on item number 13, that's okay. Commissioners, on item number 13, which is Taylor Morrison, would anyone like to disclose any ex parte communication on that item?
okay,
Okay.
I'm just
No worries.
verifying.
I don't mind housekeeping.
Okay,
All right,
thank you.
then we're going to take a 10-minute recess. When we return, we will take up item number 14. It's 10:27. We will resume this meeting at 10:37. We're in recess.
We can combine.
Okay,
The two bit ones.
welcome back. Ms. Shank, you want to combine 14, 15? Is that what you're, no, those are separate.
Last two.
The last two. Okay,
16 and 17 can be one hearing.
okay.
Mention
We'll
that.
worry about that when we get there, but that's
Yeah,
good to
okay.
know. We're going to move on then to item number 14. Mrs. DePaul, this is quasi judicial. If you would please introduce the item.
Item number 14 under presentation scheduled, PDR-21-22 ZP, Sanchez Condominiums. Jose Sanchez is the owner, PLN 2109-0178. And we have Chelsea here to present. But I think first the applicant.
Commissioners, is there anyone who would like to disclose any ex parte communication on this quasi judicial item? Okay, hearing none. Who is here to represent the applicant? Sir, when you come to the podium, please state your first name, last name, your county of residence.
My name is Richard Claybrook, and I'm a resident of Manatee County. Members of the board, we're here to request a pretty straightforward rezoning of a property that is on Fifth Street West in a residential area, in a area that is predominantly multifamily. The future land use of this property is Res 16, which would allow 16 units per acre. The property itself is 1.65 acres, so if you do that math, you would be allowed to put in 24 units on this particular property. If you were to bring in affordable housing, you would be able to double that to 58, and with the recently passed half-unit designation, you could possibly run that number up to 104 half units on this piece of property. We don't intend or propose to do any of that. We are proposing to put in 20 units on this simple property, which is consistent with the properties to the north and to the west and east and all in this area. This is res, this is appropriate zoning for this piece of property. Now, there are concerns about traffic in the area. There are concerns about development in this area, and I think you're going to hear some people talk about there's too much development in this area. Well, that may or may not be true, but the truth of the matter is this applicant has the right to develop his property within the conditions and the codes of Manatee County. And we're not proposing anything that is extravagant, that is out of touch or large. This is just a simple project that is proposed that would be consistent with the properties around it. Having said that, I have the site plan out here, which shows a simple pull-in off of Fifth Street. All the parking is internal. All the stormwater facilities are internal, and the buildings are internal. We would be connecting to Manatee County Water and Sewer, which is available on Fifth Street, and we would be using Manatee County solid waste and all of those amenities and infrastructure that is already there in place. We do not need or propose to do anything in additional to what's already out there. Additionally, we did have a traffic study that was done on this property that was accepted by the county. And it found that the traffic that would come off this development, as you could probably guess, it's fairly small development, has a de minimis effect upon Fifth Street West. There's already a lot of traffic out there, but our small development would not affect it one way or the other. Another item that was brought up during the Planning Commission was drainage, and we are aware of drainage conditions out there. We are aware that we're in a floodplain. And we are proposing, as you may or may not be able to see from the site plan, to put in stormwater facilities that would handle that amount. In fact, we would be required to hold back additional amount than what would normally be required by the Water Management District or by Manatee County per the special code of a flood-prone area. So in some small respect, we would be improving drainage in the area. All based upon that, we are asking that the board looks at and looks favorably upon this simple rezoning to turn this property into an appropriate use, which is similar to all of the other uses and all the uses around it. I'm available for questions or discussions as we move along.
Okay, so I'm the only one on the board, sir. You're located, Heather Hills Mobile Home Communities on two sides of you, and what is it, the Burgundy condos would be to your north?
That is correct, yes, sir.
Okay. Oh, that's nice. How many units? I lost how many units on here?
Yeah, no problem. It's 20 units.
20 units. Okay, that answers my questions. No one else is on the board. Who's here to present for staff, or will we be presenting for staff?
Hello, my name is Chelsea Freeman. I'm Planner 1 with Development Services. Thank you to the applicant for providing a lot of the information that I had in my report. So I will summarize the additional information. I wanted to clarify that there are no specific approvals being sought with this rezone and PSP. The existing zoning is PRM for professional medium. They're seeking to rezone to PDR. They are indeed below the maximum gross and net density. They're also exceeding the minimum open space. The minimum open space is 25%. They're proposing 32%. And as a matter of the topics that came up in the previous meeting from public comment, I noticed a trend that it was environmental and traffic, as the applicant indicated. And there were also some comments about the fact that the surrounding communities, the Heather Hills, which borders to the south and to the east, Burgundy, which borders to the north, and then Park Acres Estate, which is across the street to the west, are all 55-plus communities, and how that would relate to this community. So the school report does estimate that there would be approximately 7 students that would reside in this 20-unit community. The traffic impact statement I have here to show, shows a 14 unit gross PM peak hour trip increase. That's 112 gross daily trip increase. That's a 1.1% increase from existing traffic. And then a little bit of excerpt from the environmental report. 25% of the existing habitat on site is native habitat, is hardwood forested uplands. 75% of the existing habitat is altered exotic or nuisance vegetative cover consisting of urban open lands. They are proposing to retain 4 mature oak trees on site, and then the removal and replacement of the other trees on site would follow the standards for code, and there's a 15-foot vegetative greenbelt buffer surrounding the site. I believe that concludes most of the important information that I had to supplement.
Okay, thanks. It's a pretty small, simple one. Thank you. Do we have any questions for staff? Okay, not seeing any. We'll go on to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 14, the item on the floor? Okay, seeing no one, we're going to close public comment at this time. And there's no one on the board. Do we have questions of staff, the applicant, anyone? Okay, all right. Would the applicant, yeah, James, before, now that we're closing that, Commissioner Satcher, would the applicant like to make any final statements before we move on?
No, thank you.
Okay, perfect. All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Ron to approve, and has been seconded by Commissioner Ballard. We can cast our votes at this time.
Public comment? Public comment?
We did hold public comment.
Oh, okay,
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry.
We're being efficient. Moving right along, Commissioner Ron. Okay, does everyone cast their votes? Okay, it passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. We'll move on to item number 15. Now we're starting to get into the big stuff. So, Commissioner, I almost gave you a promotion you don't want, Mrs. DePaul. Would you please read item number 15 into the record?
Item number 15, PDMU-21-12 ZG, McClure MWR Mixed Use Development, McClure Properties LTD is the owner, PLN 2106-0038, and we have Marshall Robinson here to present after the applicant.
Commissioners, this is quasi-judicial. Has anyone had any ex parte communication regarding this item? Okay. Hearing none, I'll ask who is here to present for the applicant. Please state your first and last name and your county of residence.
Good morning, Commissioners. I am Caleb Grimes with the law firm of Grimes Galvano. I'm a land use attorney. My county of residence is Manatee, and I have been sworn. I'm here representing McClure Properties Limited, and really pleased to do that. I've been working with them for many, many years, and a lot of years on some of their land use development issues. With us today, we have Mr. Bob Spencer, who's back there, who is officer, director, owner of McClure Properties and the properties out here. We also have with us Mr. Peyton Spencer, who is involved in the similar fashion. McClure Properties has owned a large amount of property in this area, including this site, for many, many years, and farmed it for many, many years. Until relatively recently, they've been making their sites available for mainly residential development. And so they sold quite a bit of it right around here over the last few years, and are following our comp plan that went into effect in 1989. We're in the generally the UF3 category, and they've been having developments around them that was lands that they owned over these years. We're looking at a site today, and as I know you realize, it's at the corner of Moccasin Waller Road and Carter Road. And it's a site that they have saved at this intersection of two thoroughfares for quite some time to have a mixed-use development, recognizing that the residential in this area that they've been working on will need certain commercial and the need for true mixed-use development in this area. And as you know, the comp plan has long encouraged commercial and mixed use at these intersections or nodes. And our comp plan now also encourages and provides for mixed-use development with residential at a what I would call a more moderate increased density if it is part of a mixed-use project. And that puts us with these kind of projects at these intersections, and it helps limit sprawl and keep us moving. And so, as we've seen all over the county, I know that we see it at Lakewood Ranch, we see it in a lot of places. Having a variety of housing types is a good thing, and having some multifamily in with the area where it's mostly single family encourages that kind of product mix. Now, what I want to make sure of that you recognize when I turn this over to Katie Labar in just a couple of minutes, who is a planner with Stantec, who I think you know, is that Bob Spencer and the McClure family took great strides to work with Stantec to assure that this was truly a mixed-use development as envisioned and as I've heard spoken about by this commission. You will see that they had enough land to make it a meaningful mixed-use development, and it is one where it not only has some residential, 360 multifamily units, but it also has over 320,000 feet of commercial, so that we can truly have something that has interaction and will work as I think this board has envisioned we put at these nodes. So it has been carefully designed. Katie will go over that to assure that we have this interaction, and we have followed our comp plan explicitly for this project. So now I'm going to turn it over to Katie. Katie?
Thank you, Caleb. Commissioners, good morning. I'm Katie Labar. I'm a principal planner with Stantec, representing the McClure properties, and I have been sworn. And I'm also a resident of Manatee County. We're here today to request a rezone of approximately 50 acres. The site is located at the northeast corner of Moccasin Wallow Road and Carter Road. We're rezoning from general agriculture to planned development mixed use to provide for a mixed use development that will include both commercial and residential development. This site is currently in the urban fringe 3 dwelling units per acre land use category and is located, as Caleb said, within an activity node. The site is bordered by urban fringe 3 to the east and west and mixed use to the south. The existing zoning of this site is and remains general agriculture. As you can see, the site is surrounded, however, by planned development zoning, with planned development residential to the north and east and planned development mixed use to the west and south. The planned development mixed use zoning category in this instance is truly the best zoning district that will ensure compatibility with adjacent development. Some of the specifics regarding this application: we are proposing a rezone from general ag to planned development mixed use that will allow for up to 360 multifamily dwelling units, up to 321,700 square feet of non-residential floor area, which will be comprised of 276,000, give or take, square feet of retail commercial and 45,000 square feet of office. During staff review, they asked us, as the applicants, if these proposed entitlements met the thresholds for a large project, because as you know, large projects are evaluated like small developments of regional impact. There's a lot more scrutiny given to large project applications. And so during their review, they rightly asked the question, and we did the math, and we presented our findings to staff. Large projects are defined as developments that are either 800 residential dwelling units or reach the 80% threshold of the DRI thresholds that are established in state statute. And so we were able to demonstrate mathematically that this project does not meet that test and therefore is not a large project. And staff accepted our response. And so the application has been processed as a traditional rezone with a general development plan. But I think that it's important to note that this is, even with the entitlements that are proposed, this is not a large project. As I think we all know, Moccasin Wallow Road is a corridor that is undergoing transformational change with significant development all along the corridor. The Robinson Gateway DRI is to the west, Parish Lakes DRI is to the south, Eagle Point, or what is now Del Webb at Bayview, is to the north and east, and then McClure Eisenhower was recently approved and is just a bit farther to the east. Finally, Summer Woods is to the south and east of this site. As we evaluate timing and appropriateness of development intensity and density, context is really important. And this site falls within an activity node because it's located at the intersection of two thoroughfares. That designation, as Caleb said, enables the property owner to propose land uses that have higher densities and intensities when they propose mixed-use development. This proposed development will both be complementary to and supportive of nearby development, and the GDP will guide the important development components and details to ensure that compatibility with adjacent and nearby land uses is achieved. I think it's also important to note that the timing is right for the site to obtain these entitlements for mixed use, because these uses will contribute in a very meaningful way to the development both along this corridor and within this region. This is the general development plan for the project. Commercial development is proposed along Moccasin Wallow Road. We have two access points along Moccasin Wallow Road. Multifamily development is proposed to the north and west, with one access point identified on Carter, one full access point identified on Carter Road. Details regarding internal circulation was very important to staff, and so you'll see a lot more detail than you might otherwise expect to see on a traditional general development plan. But staff wanted to make sure that this was true mixed use, and we wanted to demonstrate our commitment to true mixed use. And so we've got the internal circulation, both vehicular and pedestrian connectivity. And finally, proposed perimeter buffers are represented on this plan and we will demonstrate compliance at time of future site plan approvals. We do have one request for specific approval with this application. When you take a look at the northern property line, you'll see that there are several different wetland systems that straddle this property line, especially towards the northeast corner. And in order to really provide a more continuous green edge and a more meaningful buffer between the two properties, we propose to offer a vegetative greenbelt buffer that is enhanced with plantings that would include 3 canopy trees and 33 shrubs per 100 linear feet in lieu of a wall. The code currently requires walls to be placed on property edges where you have multifamily abutting single-family residential. But we believe that a vegetative buffer would be a superior alternative in this case, particularly because of existing site conditions. And so what you have in front of you on the screen is an image that shows the existing buffer along the southern border of the Del Webb property today. There is a fence and a wall that spans the entire edge of the property, along with a greenbelt buffer that is currently planted. If we were to install a 6-foot masonry wall on our property edge, you would wind up with a dead zone, effectively, where you have 2 walls facing one another, vegetation in between, and a really hard time figuring out how to maintain that vegetation. And so we want something that is meaningful and that will function, and that's why we're proposing this screening buffer. At time of detailed site plan, having the benefit of knowing what trees and shrubs exist adjacent to the property, we can design it in such a way that you have a very strong green edge on this property, and we think that that's going to provide meaningful separation. Another point that came up during staff review, I'm just going to go ahead and go through those. There are, with the general development plan, there are opportunities for adjustments and refinements with future site plans. And so the proposed buildings can be no closer than what's currently shown on this general development plan. And as you see, building separation from proposed multifamily buildings to residential buildings is somewhere between, at the closest, 157 to 160 feet, and then 184 feet along the northern edge. We cannot get any closer to the property edge than what we show on the site plan. If the McClures were to sell the multifamily component to a multifamily developer and they came in with a final site plan, they would have to demonstrate compliance with this general development plan. If they want to be closer to that edge, they would have to come back before you to have that conversation all over again. And so this plan before you is the most aggressive plan, and this shows the most aggressive intensity on that property edge today. Anything more will have to come before this board for consideration. I've mentioned activity nodes a few times already. The comprehensive plan allows activity nodes, which, as we said, can be developed at higher density and intensity to serve the community. The site meets commercial locational criteria because it is at the intersection of 2 functionally classified roadways with Carter Road and Moccasin Wallow Road. And again, the site fits well within the broader context of development within this region of the county. But more specifically, on the 3 adjacent corners of Moccasin Wallow Road and Carter Road. Proposed density and intensity is both consistent with and actually less than the maximum thresholds that are allowed in the comprehensive plan. And when we look at applicable comprehensive plan policies that can be considered with this request, we look to policy 2.1.2.3 regarding the consideration of new residential and non-residential development, as well as 2.1.2.4 regarding the limitation of urban sprawl. The site will be carefully designed to ensure compatibility with existing and future development, and the development strategies will be employed to promote appropriate density and intensity, again, in this high-growth area of the county, which will further the goal of limiting urban sprawl with compatible development options. Policy 2.1.2.5 speaks to developing in areas that are currently undeveloped, while 2.1.2.6 was one that I just talked about, I think. No, that's another urban sprawl provision, really promoting suitable development in areas that make sense. And as I said before, this site is surrounded by active development. Roads and utilities exist today to serve this site. And while the site is undeveloped, the region, again, has been transforming very, very rapidly from agricultural activity to suburban residential. We need a mix of residential options when we have suburban residential development, and we believe that this project brings that. And finally, 2.1.2.7 provides several different options for ensuring compatibility between different land uses. And these criteria will be evaluated very, very specifically by staff with future site plan reviews. And we're confident that the application materials and the staff report that was provided to you for consideration today demonstrates compliance with this policy. So, to summarize and in conclusion, we are requesting a rezone of 50 acres from general agriculture to planned development mixed use. We have a general development plan that will allow development of up to 360 multifamily units and up to 321,700 square feet of non-residential land uses. The site's in an area that is growing rapidly. Density and intensity are compatible with nearby development. And finally, development with the uses that are proposed will enhance residential and commercial options and will serve existing and future residents well. This request fully complies with the requirements of the Land Development Code and Comprehensive Plan. And as an AICP certified planner, it's my professional opinion that we meet all of the requirements. We appreciate staff's cooperation and review of this application, and we respectfully request your approval today. Our team is here to answer any questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner Ron is on the board. Commissioner?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, Katie. How are you?
You don't have to eat the microphone.
I'm not eating the microphone, sir. I was trying to get my Elvis voice in. Okay, one question on the traffic impact statement. The question I have is that it shows the total with the proposed zoning, shows the total peak hours or PM peak hours at 836. Does that combine the traffic that would be coming onto Carter Road from the multifamily and would be dumped onto Moccasin Wallow out of the main entrance there?
I'd have to take a quick look at the traffic impact statement before I can answer that question, but we'll look at that and I'll get an answer for you shortly.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Is there anyone else who has questions for the applicant? Okay, seeing none, I don't even know. Marshall? Okay. Marshall is here to present for staff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Commissioners, my name is Marshall Robinson. I'm a staff planner and I have been sworn. Ms. LaBar really captured all of the information that I had prepared in my presentation, so I'll be really brief. I would point out a couple of things that we looked at on this development here. This is a picture of the site plan. I apologize, you probably won't be able to see it, but in the northwest corner up there, we do show that the buildings as placed on this plan are right at 100 feet or a little over 100 feet from their boundary. And then I also scaled off the measurement of separation from the same building to the nearest property line adjacent to the north, and it measures right around 150 feet total. So you might remember when we brought Robinson Gateway in to the west at the same intersection, we asked them to protect Carter Road with some increased separation because they also had residential units that were planned there, and they gave us a 100-foot setback off of Carter. So this applicant, in that same vein, did the same thing with the placement locations of their multifamily to their northern border by giving us 150 feet of separation. Also, last item I'll mention that was not mentioned is we do have a schedule of uses. Those schedule of uses are bounded by the UF3 and the range of potential uses for community-serving commercial uses. So we do have a strike-through underlined schedule of uses for the type of uses that would be permitted under this ordinance or this PDF approved for the commercial component of the development. And I'd be happy to answer any questions if anybody has anything.
Do we have any questions for Marshall? Okay, apparently not. I think sort of as you mentioned, Robinson Gateway, I think we're all pretty familiar with this area, right, at this point. It's sort of one project after another. Okay, we will go then to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on, this is 15, item number 15, the McClure. Yes, sir. So please step up to the podium, state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and you'll have 3 minutes. And if anyone comes to the podium and you have not been sworn, please tell us when you get to the podium that you haven't, and we'll swear you when you get to the podium.
Okay. My name is Harold Crusan. I live in Manatee County, and I have been sworn at. Since I only have 3 minutes, I'll limit my comments. I'm sure maybe other people will talk about it, to the request for eliminating the solid wall along the northern boundary. It seems to me that you have a requirement already, as the presenter stated, that between these two uses, the Del Webb Bayview community and this proposed community, that the requirements are that a solid wall be built. They're requesting a variance from that with the stipulation that because they cannot build a continuous wall along the entire northern corridor, boundary, I should say, that they should be given exemption from putting in any portion of that wall. And I disagree with that. I feel that when they run into the wetland area to the center of the northern boundary and to the western side of the northern boundary, where they run into wetlands, that you can discuss exemption, but the area between the residential development that they want to put in on the western side of the property and our community, there is no wetland buffer there. So I think they should have to put in a wall. It matches the wall that Del Webb put around the rest of the community. And the only thing that exists right now along the northern edge is what's left of a vinyl fencing that wasn't blown over with Hurricane Ian. And it seems to me that once that wall would be built, the Homeowners Association of Del Webb Bayview would then remove their vinyl fencing that existed. So you wouldn't have wall vegetation, vinyl fencing, you would just have the wall. And I think it's not a great precedent to set to say that, oh, if a developer can't put in an entire wall, then they're exempt from it, and they shouldn't put in 400, 500, 600 feet of wall. So I'll stop right there and let others speak. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And I neglected to state that Miss Susan Hoffmeister did sign up. So I'm going to call you now so that I don't forget, because you're the only person that did sign up, but we'll call you, and then after her, we'll go through other folks who would just like to come forward who didn't sign up. So, ma'am, even though it's redundant, please state your first and last name.
My name's Susan Hoffmeister. I'm a Manatee County resident, and I was sworn in.
Wonderful.
I'm here with my neighbors to oppose the McClure development proposal as presented. Currently in Parish, there are not a lot of multi-story units that are separated by, most of the multi-story unit buildings are separated by roadway buffers. There will not be a roadway buffer separating the McClure project to Del Webb, it'll just be a greenway buffer. That they're talking about up to four-story units. Four-story units, looking over a greenway buffer would impinge on my privacy. I lose any privacy of my backyard and my lanai with people on a fourth floor looking into my property. I don't object to the process overall, but I do oppose to the height of the buildings. We've worked all our lives to live in Parish, and that's going to be destroyed by losing any privacy and security by a high-rise building. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. And so then we'll go back to the pool. Is there anyone else? Yes, sir. Go ahead and come forward, and remember, state your first and last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes. Yeah, and if you want to start sort of forming a line of 3 or 4 people behind him, that's fine too, and then it'll just sort of make things go quicker. Thank you, sir.
My name is Carl Sugden. I'm a Manatee County resident, and I have been sworn. Again, worked all my whole life, dreamed about living in a beautiful community in Florida, and here I am. I have been here since March. I am not against any development or anything moving in. We need it in that corridor. It's just I do have a concern about them using the urban connector type rule for the heavier density. Moccasin Wallow, yes, we all know that construction just started on the expansion project and it's greatly needed. Carter Road is basically a road to nowhere. It ends at Moccasin Wallow and it's basically used for the Del Webb and the other community right there to get back onto Moccasin Wallow. The development across the road to the south from us does show extending Carter Road as a boulevard into their community. So again, that's just going to be the people in that community that come up to Moccasin Wallow Road. So the only road that fits in this urban connector is Moccasin Wallow. And so to use that for heavier density, to go from a 2-story building to a 4-story building, which again has been mentioned, will look directly down. It would be the same thing that if your home was across Manatee Avenue and they put the apartment here, take a look at this building from your home across Manatee Avenue. That's the view you're going to get, and the view everybody in those 4-story and 3rd-story looking down and taking away the privacy. That is my only major concern, is the height of the development, and I wish you would reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am, state your first and last name, your county of residence, and you have 3 minutes, and if you've been sworn.
I've been sworn. My name is Kathy Cully. I live in Manatee County. Like my fellow residents, I'm against this development as well due to the height of the buildings that have now increased to 4 stories, even though on her mapping it shows from one building to one of the closest buildings on Ocean Tides Cove in Del Webb. Still, like Carl said, if you look at that, it is really, you're going to be looking like this out your backyard. We're going to lose any kind of privacy or security, mainly because they want a variance for the greenway buffer instead of a wall. We keep saying Del Webb community. We are an over 55 community. So we need you to take that into consideration as well. We are seniors that live in this community, and to bring 360 units within a very condensed area in the corner of that property just doesn't make sense. The whole outline of the property doesn't make sense. You're just trying to jam as much as you can possibly into a small area. Please look at the maps that only up until today were corrected to be proposed to you. Prior to this, I don't know if any decisions have been made on the maps that they have given you before that really did not outline the proper street that is bordering this development to the north. In addition to that, looking at some of the documentation for the schools and the proposal for how many children were going to be in these 360 units. The math makes sense to a point, but then when they go up, when they went from 150 units to 360 units, is an increase of 2.4%. But when you look at the students that they estimated for the 150 units, it doesn't make sense. It only went up half as much for the schools. On one of the earlier proposals, they said, I guess there were 7 students to 20 units. Well, if you use that same formula, which I would assume be the same for Manatee County, that would put it up to 100 students. In addition to that, in the proposal, it says that the development is not located within 2 miles walking distance of potential future school site. Elementary, high school students residing at this development will not qualify for busing, which I'm not sure if that was taken into the traffic proposal, because if they don't qualify for busing, then the parents are going to have to drive these schools to and from, in and out of the development. So I don't know if that was taken into consideration for the traffic study. I guess my time is up.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence. Tell us if you've been sworn, and you have 3 minutes.
My name's David Lindorfer. I'm a resident of Manatee County.
I'm sorry.
Thank you, sir. No.
I moved to Florida 3 years ago because I wanted to get away from the traffic that I lived in Maryland for 44 years, and I didn't escape it here either, but I'm real sensitive to it. I did a traffic study of my own on 12/9/22 at 2:30 in the afternoon, sitting at Carter Road and Moccasin Wallow, and this is what I came up with. I want to recount this for you. Counted 62 pickup trucks, 44 flatbed trucks, 43 10-wheelers, 29 tractor trailers, 8 cement trucks. If you multiply all those numbers times a 10-hour day, you come up with 3,290 pickup trucks, 620 vans, 440 flat box trucks, 430 10-wheelers, 290 tractor trailers, and 80 cement trucks. That's a lot of traffic, and that's without adding this facility that they're planning on putting in here. And I agree with what Kathy had to say here. This whole thing has just gone so out of proportion in terms of the size of the property that I don't think it's fair to the residents that live currently at Bayview. All of us are retired. We worked our entire working career so that we could be at this point in our lives. And now we're going to be looking over a towering 4-story building literally within a stone's throw of our houses so that some developer can make an extra dollar in his pocket. And we're depending on you as a board that represents us here to represent us and say, look, maybe this is a little bit too much of a development. Maybe this is too tall by a floor, or maybe even 2 floors. Maybe somebody needs to make a little bit less money. I watch this carefully because it bothers me. We're paving over this state at an alarming rate, and I think this county is following suit with it. It's at breakneck speed. I think you got to be careful not to kill the goose that laid the golden egg, and that's what we're doing here. All this development needs to be slowed down and maybe pared back in size. This morning when we had the morning prayer, it was said that we hope that we can make the right decision. I don't think you're making the right decision for the people that live at Bayview, and I don't think you're making the right decision for the people that live in Manatee County. It should be consistent with properties around it. I've heard that 3 or 4 times now today. There are no other properties around it, but those that are designed, especially at Bayview, are designed well, even though it condenses a lot of people together. I think at this point in time, you're going to have a lot more people come up to talk and hear things that they have to say, but I want to say this. I am disappointed with this board and the way that you represent this county and you represent me. And I am sorry sometimes in a great way that I moved here. And here's my 3 minutes. Thank you. Oh, one last thing I wanted to say.
No, thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you. So state your first and last name, your county of residence, whether you've been sworn, and you have 3 minutes.
I've been sworn. My name is Uri Greco. I live in Manatee County, Bayview resident. I'd like to talk about safety and security concerns of our 55 and older gated community. We bought there at our gated community for safety and security. With security, it comes in different forms. Police and fire protection. With the high density proposed of the people that of the proposed property, will we have adequate fire and police protection? In today's world, the more people you have, the more crime you can have. And privacy is another form of security. With a 4-story high-rise apartments proposed in a very, very close proximity to our existing homes, we will lose all our privacy. I basically will have people looking right down in my bedroom and into my lanai. And the way their proposed drawings show, 184 feet from the property line that they own to the first building is only 20 feet. And that is directly across from my bedroom and my lanai, and I will absolutely lose all privacy. And I hope you take that in consideration. We are a 55 and older community. We need protection, we need security in our lives. We don't have much longer to be here, and we're hoping for your help as well. The lack of distance and separation is a huge concern for us, and we appreciate your help, and we hope we can vote this down for us. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward? Yes, ma'am. Tell us whether you've been sworn, first and last name, and your county of residence. You have 3 minutes.
Yes, I have. My name is Carol Prescott. I'm a member, I live in wrong county. I live in Manatee County. Sorry, we weren't from another M word. Good morning, Commissioners. I'm requesting that you hold McClure accountable to existing rules, thresholds, and the SMART long-term Manatee County goals and objectives as intended. This site is not designated as a maximum density. Changing it to the maximum density is not consistent with the surrounding zoning destinations and land uses. This cannot be allowed at the expense of us, the senior citizens. Myself and others purchased our homes with the understanding that the county would hold true to the original zoning. The developer is also requesting the reduced buffers that everyone has mentioned that. But picture a 4-story apartment building towering over senior's backyard. Where is the privacy? It has now been disappeared. The physical separation is significantly inadequate. The developer is attempting to plan for maximum density on this small plot of land. It just doesn't work, and the impact on privacy is nothing short of just plain wrong. It is simply not compatible given the size and location of the plot in question in relation to its surroundings. If this is what they want, why don't they build it like the other developers near I-75 and not in front of our senior community? Please rein in this developer and encourage him to bring forth a plan that is mindful to its surroundings and the size of the plot. One which seeks compatibility, suitability, and complies with the existing rules and SMART long-term Manatee County goals and objectives as intended. Please do not disappoint us, the senior citizens that live there, by changing the zoning. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes, sir. Please tell us whether you've been sworn, first and last name, county of residence, and you have 3 minutes.
Yeah, my name is Dr. Craig Durr, and I'm from Manatee County, and yes, I have been sworn. I'm going to try to put a face on the Del Webb community that will allow you to take that into consideration when your vote comes up. What is Del Webb? Del Webb community is a senior community, an over 55 community, and the people that are there have, as our opening prayer told us, blessed enough to be moved into Manatee County. And they moved from many other areas of the country. These are people, who are these people? These people are your mothers, your fathers, your grandfathers, and they're people that have worked 20, 30, or perhaps even 40 years of their lives taking care of their families and taking care of people around them. They're retired teachers, they're nurses, retired physicians, and many other people that have spent, many years of their lives taking care of everybody else. we moved into this oasis that you have provided in Manatee County in order to have what we want for the last years of our lives. And that is to be able to walk down the street during the day or at night and not be concerned about our safety. To sit out on our lanai with our friends in the evening and enjoy the sunset without the obstruction of a 4-story building in the way. We want to be able to jump in our cars, go to Publix or go to church without having to deal with increasing traffic on Moccasin Wallow Road. So these are all things that greatly impact a senior community, which is, people in there have worked many years of their lives to have the respect to have that taken into consideration. We're not against the development. We know that something is going to be put on that property, but to have it be the most aggressive maximum density that we can possibly put into this little parcel of land does not fit with the surrounding community. And I hope that you take that into consideration and take into consideration the senior citizens that are being affected by this. Thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to make a public comment?
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hi, my name is...
Well, wait till you're to the mic, because I gotta get you on the record there.
My name is George McDonald. I live in Bayview. I'm a resident of Manatee County. I'm not going to go into the facts and figures that I had here. 3 minutes wouldn't be enough. However, most of the people who have preceded me have, and some of the data that you have received in letter form would cover a lot of that. I think the big thing is quality of life and the saving of the quality of life. You could sit on our patio or someone else's patio and you'll be looking out at the 4 floors and whatever toppers that they have to put on, decoration type things or AC units or whatever they may be utilizing, which even brings it up higher than 4 floors. They being McClure, I just, in changing the zoning rule, they always speak of the 50 acres, but I might be mistaken, but about 5 of those acres are conservation land. And when they're saying they have 50 acres, well, you don't have 50 acres, bingo. You don't have 50 acres that you can build on. You can build on, say, 45 acres. That brings down the mix slightly, but pretty good figures. The traffic in and traffic out, I looked into that also, and that was done by Stantec, and I think it was done in 2021. And I have the ins and outs. There was 836 ins and outs of the place. If you start looking at it, they broke it down. Multifamily, 98, in and out office, 38, shopping center, 700, for a total anyway of 836, which is really understated when you consider the amount of rooms. I'm not sure how many floors, well, I know it's 4 floors, or what size the units are going to be. Are they going to be 3-bedroom? Are they going to be 2-bedroom? Are they going to be 1-bedroom? Are they going to be able to have, be going back and forth with the kids in the morning, in the afternoon, all the other paraphernalia that would be going into there. They want to build some shops and this, that, and the other thing. That all goes into the 836, which isn't realistic at all. I guess I could say that I'm against it. Thank you.
Well summarized at the end, well summarized. Okay. Sir, I think you probably know the routine by now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Hi, I am Mark Hodge. I'm a Manatee resident, and I have been sworn in.
First of all, I just want to, as I listen to everything, I'm here today. I'm going to be moving into Del Webb. I'm a veteran, and I have a lot of veterans that have met in Del Webb, and I see this big American flag outside, and that's what brought me to this area. I retired down here. I'm not from this part of the country. And Manatee County, I really respect everything that you do. Thank you for your service, too, because this is a tough task that you have before you today. I'm here to just say that this is a difficult situation. It's tough. My feelings are that I'm glad that I live in this county. I know that you support the veterans, and that's what brought me here. And I hope that you support the veterans because we really have a lot of pride for that flag flying out in front of Del Webb. And that's what sold me on Del Webb. I could have moved many other locations, but I chose that place. And for these folks that are in Del Webb, you know, it is kind of upsetting to know that there is a 4-story building that's going to be going in front of it. There's a lot of pride, and I've heard people say when they drive by and they see that flag flying, it means something, and that the natural that we see, you know, the nature behind the environment, that means something to us, and that's what brought me in through the gates to Del Webb. And I know that you're going to make the right decision today and what's best for the community, but just to let you know that it's important for us to, you know, that we just want to retire and enjoy, you know, the natural setting that we have there, and it is a beautiful setting. So thank you very much for your hard work, and I don't envy you in your decision today, but thank you.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for your service. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward? And if there's anyone else who wants to start forming a line behind her, that's perfectly acceptable.
We're waiting to see if anyone else says what we want to say.
Okay.
I'm Joetta Garland, Manatee County resident. I've been sworn. I, too, am a veteran. I retired from the Air Force. I, too, could have retired anywhere. I chose Parrish, Florida, Del Webb community. The only 2 things I really want to say. One is, well, actually 3. Everybody keeps mentioning the 4-story apartments. And I know in the last time, in the closing statements, she said, oh, well, we're not going to do 4-story, we're only going to do 3. 3, 4, take your pick. It's still taller than most of our homes, which are ranch homes. The other thing is the 157 feet. Keep in mind, that's just a little over 50 yards. So while 157 is a really big number, 50 yards, we're talking half of a football field that's going to separate the 2 communities. The only last thing I have to say is all of you, I'm sure, have lanais or patios or decks or something where you sit in your backyard and enjoy quiet time with your family. Imagine a developer buying up all the land behind your backyard and putting in a 3-story apartment building right behind your backyard so that now you're looking at that every time you try to go out and enjoy time with your family. So in light of that, if the people on this committee voted for that to go in behind your property, I don't think you would be very happy with their decision. So I please beg you to find in our favor and provide the privacy that we've paid a lot of money and spent a lot of years of our lives saving for that enjoyment. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am, thank you, and thank you for your service.
Good morning. My name is Donna Falcone. I'm a Manatee County resident, and as I've been sworn in, unlike many of the other Del Webb residents that are here today, I have lived in Manatee County in Northwest Bradenton for 35 years. Last year, my husband and I chose to move to Parrish to get away from the beach traffic and to live in a 55-plus community that was going to offer us a beautiful setting and activities, and we couldn't be happier there. I also understand, though, having watched Northwest Bradenton develop over the past 35 years, we need more housing. But there's an appropriate way to do that housing. I don't know how any of you could make this decision without coming to visit Del Webb. So I've come here today to ask you all to come visit our community. Next month, our amenity center will be opening, and we would like you firsthand to see what 4-story buildings will look like that are going to be so close to the backyards of so many of our residents. Can they be built further out? Leave a bigger buffer. Can they be two-story instead? There are a few things that we would welcome in the front of our development. A preschool would be lovely. A four-story storage building would not. That's all we're asking, is to please come visit our development and choose that that property be used for what is fitting with everything else around it. Thank you.
Are you John Falcone's mom?
I am.
I went from elementary all the way through high
Stewart
school.
Elementary, I remember you, dear.
Yeah.
Hey, I got a question. Did he have hair then?
I had a little bit of hair.
Curious.
John Falcone came to my 10th birthday party, I remember. Okay. Sir, that's a tough act to follow. But first and last name, county of residence, tell us whether you've been sworn.
Paul Stressner, Manatee County resident. Yes, I have been sworn in. If you can just bear with me, I'm not an articulate speaker. It actually horrifies me to be in front of everybody. I don't have heavy-duty, high-priced lawyers to speak for me, so you're stuck with me. I'm going to be quick. There's 3 items that really, really bother me on this whole proposal. I really can't find anything on the lighting of this property. Everybody says they don't want something in their backyard. This project is literally in our backyard. If you ever could take a look, pull it up on the map. Sitting in my backyard, I'm going to have a 4-story building, literally looking down upon me, looking in people's kitchen windows. They're going to be waving to me, and I'm going to be waving back. They don't want to put a wall up. I understand that it costs a lot of money to put a wall up. You need the wall. You have to have that buffer. I believe there's a road on the other side. Am I going to see the cars going by? Am I going to hear them going by? With that wall, we have no privacy, where people can literally just walk from that property into our backyards. There's really no way around it. You can walk from one property to the other property. I understand there have to be some type of building up front. I'm okay with that. It has to be scaled down. It has to be 2 stories. We need a little privacy. That wall needs to be up. I can't have people walking in my yards. And picture yourself having a birthday party and literally looking in people's windows. That's what you're going to have in a 3-4-story building. I don't want to look into somebody's kitchen window, and I don't want them waving to me. Thank you.
Okay, we don't clap. Sorry, it's not part of the decorum. It's okay. It's no big deal. Ma'am, please state your first and last name, your county of residence.
Yes,
Tell us
my
you've been
name is
sworn.
Evelyn Greco. I live in Manatee County, and I'm proud to say I live with all of these wonderful red-shirted people. 2 things, I could reiterate everything everybody has already said, but I'm not going to because you already know those concerns. But 2 things that I don't think have been mentioned, one being lighting, how much light this is going to, with the lights from the apartments. I don't remember seeing any sort of diagram that showed how much lights, but I can just picture, and our house literally has the least amount of distance from our house to this proposed property. But I can just, I can look outside now and it's dark, but I know it won't be anything like that. And then the other thing is the amount of noise that will come from this proposed development. So those are 2 of my concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm taking notes, sorry. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on this item? Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen Appel, and I'm in the process of transitioning as a permanent resident in Manatee County, and yes, I have in fact been sworn. I'm not going to waste your time reiterating what my fellow residents and friends have already brought forth for your consideration, but I would like to call out some specific items. One of the lawyers from McClure mentioned something about the large-scale project, that they were under the threshold. I would like it for the record that they were under the threshold by 2%, okay? They are at 102% threshold. The threshold for a large-scale project is 104, okay? So that's just skirting in under the minimum, especially if you were to subtract the wetlands calculation of over 5 acres, almost 6. The reason why you're seeing all these concerns is because they're trying to ramrod maximum density development in a plot of land that just is not suitable. it's not just, it's not right, and it certainly isn't fair. We were here first. Well, we were. Okay, the other comment I have to make is about the, what is that? The artery activity node. I guess the question I would have is, if I understand correctly from the public records request that I did through Manatee County, and I have read every single piece of paper in that file, the activity node is what is justifying the maximum density. Is that correct? And if in fact that is correct, has the activity node actually been approved? Because if I read the file, what McClure had said in their own words is that they are looking at, this is changing from ag to moderate density. Maximum density is not moderate density. So I wanted to call that out as well for your consideration. Again, I'm not going to echo what everyone else said, but you all have the ability to make Parrish even greater than it is, to increase its tax base, to do wonderful projects in the future, and make this comparable, if not even better than Lakewood Ranch. By allowing developers just to throw things and let's see what sticks to the wall and approve it, and wind up with a high-density mishmash of storage units and the like, it's just not appropriate. And I would ask that you all give that some strong consideration, and the consideration for us all in the future. Thank you all for your time.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward to speak on this item? Oh, okay. Going once, going twice. All right, we're going to close public comment at this time, and we are going to go to the board here, and actually, no, we're not, are we? I'm going to grab my notes because I think we don't do that. No, we don't. We're going to go to, we're going to go to questions
Yeah.
for the applicant, for staff, for whomever you would like to ask questions of. Van Ostenbridge and Baugh are the two on the board at this time. So first of all, great turnout for Del Webb. I'm impressed. I actually have been to Del Webb. I'm a realtor. I sold a unit in Del Webb when it was pre-construction, but I've been there since as well. And it's a great community. Love it. You know, the people are what make up a community, and obviously the makeup of your community is some really great God-fearing Americans and just good folks. And so it was a pleasure, actually, to, even though you're up here advocating against something, it was still a pleasure to hear all of you come up here and speak. Going down my list of notes here that I have, the wall, so I guess my question would be for Marshall. There is a wall around Del Webb, correct?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
Because several people asked for a wall. And I want to try to achieve, you know, the concerns are lighting, the concerns are privacy, the concerns are looking at a 4-story building and sit on your porch. So I'm trying to help them achieve, you know, the privacy and security issue there. So I don't, if there's already a wall there, I don't know that another wall is going to achieve that. And I know some last minute changes were made before folks got here too. There is no wall. Marshall, is there a wall around Del Webb along this property?
Could I get my PowerPoint up, please?
Okay, hold on. Let's.
Hold on. So there is, it's not working. Hold on. Oops. I had a picture. I took a picture, and I think the applicant also took a picture of that. And it's not coming up. Sorry, Commissioner.
Yeah, we saw. I saw. a
Yeah,
picture
so
of-
I had the same picture. I don't know what happened to it. But along that boundary, which would be Del Webb's south boundary, they put and installed their required PDR boundary
So
along
Del
their
Webb borders
perimeter.
the applicant's property on one side.
Yes, and
There
so
is
they
a
have the
wall.
6-foot fence with the landscaping on the exterior of that fence. And so when the specific approval came in to omit the wall on this development, we felt that the separation and screening met the intent of the code.
There it
but-
is.
There you go. That's the wall.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so I see what partially, I think I see what they're saying, that along the front, what's facing me in this photograph is a wall. Down the side is a PVC fence that's 6 feet tall.
And I
To
think-
my point, though, I'm not sure that a wall is going to be any taller than the existing fence, right? So we could put a wall or a fence or whatever, and likely when we ask for a wall, that's probably going to be similar. They're going to be putting a wall along the front and a fence along the side.
Yes.
So either way, we're going to have a duplicate measure here. And I don't think that it's going to achieve the issue of privacy and security that the residents are trying to achieve. So my next question to you will be, when it comes to the larger buffer, and I know the residents feel like 150 feet doesn't feel like much to them, because looking at a wide open field now, I'm sure it probably doesn't. But in the grand scheme of things, as we sit up here and approve these projects, I don't know when the last time we had a 150-foot buffer, to be honest. I mean, that's very big. What type of vegetation would they be required to put in the 150-foot buffer? And you know, keeping in mind what I'm looking for is what sort of vegetation that's going to grow to a maximum height to achieve some sense of security and privacy for these folks.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to bring in Gary Race. He's our environmental section manager, and he's well-versed with the plant material and schedules for those buffers.
Okay, thank you.
Gary Race, the Development Review Staff, Environmental Planning, and I have been sworn. Basically, at this point on a GDP, we look at buffer width. We don't get a specific landscape plan. Typically, when it's a vegetated buffer like this, it's a tree like every 30 feet filled in with whatever hedge material that's allowed to grow up to the equivalent of 6 feet. It's supposed to have an 80% opacity after a couple years, at least 6 feet tall. You know, that's kind of depends upon the landscape architects. When they develop it, we look at it at an FSP level. The board can suggest any number of, you know, increases in that. If we used to have the North Central overlay, which was at the parish area, and that landscaping requirement was more than the rest of the county. It had, you know, multiple species were required, additional trees. So the old protections that we had in parish, and that was removed by the board decision. The old ways gave us more of a landscape buffer than currently. But again, we look at that at FSP. The board can require any.
While I have you, let me ask you this. I saw that Del Webb, the ground where the wall was located, was higher than, and so the ground sort of sloped down away from their property towards the property line. And because my next question is going to be, if you don't water a tree, it's not going to grow, right? So my question will be about irrigation, 1, and 2. What about the way the ground slopes? You self-water. Sometimes we do that with medians, right? We sort of angle the road inward and we allow a lot of drainage to go into the median, and then the trees in there actually grow, versus the domed medians that we have in my side of town, where the water runs into the road instead of into the median. So my question is going to be, when it comes to irrigation, have any promises been made when it comes to irrigation, and can we make those? I kind of know the answer, but I'm asking you anyway so that everyone will hear. Can we make those requests?
Well, basically, all landscaping is required to be irrigated. As far as we don't dictate, you know, a bubbler that puts out X number of, you know, gallons per hour, whatever. That's kind of depend upon the experts of, you know, the landscapers.
Sure.
You know, the people who are responsible for maintaining it and keeping it alive.
We do require irrigation.
Yes, we do require irrigation. It's non-potable water. Some trees do better than others. You know, it kind of depends upon, you know, what they're putting in there and how well they maintain them, and don't cut them down is what we were looking for.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Appreciate it. We don't do Q&A from the audience, sir. And the last thing I was going to mention was that, just to everyone in the audience concerned about road congestion on Moccasin Wallow, this board is working very hard to complete the funding and the design of the Moccasin Wallow expansion. And Moccasin Wallow is slated to be a 4-lane and then a future 6-lane if need be. And the way we're going to build it out, essentially the outside infrastructure, your street lighting, your all your piping and sidewalks will be wide enough from the very beginning that you can have a 6-lane, and then you sort of pave your way in, so it's cheaper and easier, if you will. And we hear a lot from residents. Usually it's on my side of town, but sometimes we hear it from Lakewood Ranch folks, and sometimes we hear it from folks in Parish, that they're, how do I, basically folks come in and they're aggravated because they feel there's too much growth or too much expansion, that sort of thing. And Del Webb is a pretty new community, so I'm sure, as you know, people came to this board and aired the similar grievances about the approval of Del Webb. And so now we've moved on to the next parcel, and, we're hearing the same thing from people who live in Del Webb, and we get it, Lakewood Ranch. A lot of people came and
We have a Del Webb.
well, you do have a Del Webb, but a lot of folks came in and sort of argued against the development of Lakewood Ranch, and now we have folks in Lakewood Ranch who argue about expansion of Lakewood Ranch. So it's, it's a common theme. We hear you, but folks have property rights, and you can't take those away from people, and you can't tell this farmer that he has to. And not many of you really said that this farmer has to farm forever, but it is not within sort of the way this country operates or this state operates to tell this person that they can develop their property, but the next person cannot develop theirs. All right, next we have Commissioner Ron and then Commissioner Baugh.
Mine's for the applicant.
Yes, sir, this is the time when you can ask anyone a question.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Hey, Katie, can you come for a second? I got a quick question. One of the residents mentioned concern about lighting on the multifamily. Apparently, there's about 12 lots that A9, supposedly in the GDP, A9, A8, and A7 will face. There's a road that runs between the property line and those buildings. I'm assuming that's the road where the parking lots will be under this GDP?
It's a drive aisle.
That's a drive. Is that going to be lighted, or will that be some type of, and I'm assuming that all the lighting will follow the county's code requirements and everything like that with the lighting plan the county requires?
So you're asking if there will be lighting
Yeah,
on the
that
drive,
road-
on the
that-
drive aisle?
On that drive aisle, yes.
If there is lighting on the drive aisle, I just don't know. I mean, we won't know that until time of final site plan. But if lighting is proposed on that drive aisle, it will be, as you said, required to meet all of the requirements of the Land Development Code. And I will say that the county lighting standards are some of the most stringent lighting standards in this part of the state, and they function very, very effectively. There are specific standards for how much illumination spill is allowed on different properties, and your staff evaluates those in great detail during the administrative review process, and I have absolute confidence that lighting from this project will not have a negative impact on any adjacent properties.
Okay, so this road basically will have no. So basically, if this road goes in, there will be no light intrusion coming over into the neighborhood, into the Del Webb neighborhood. Is that correct?
It will meet the requirements of the lighting standards of the Land Development Code.
Mr. Chair,
What she said.
Thank you. Thank you, Katie.
May I take the opportunity to answer your other question about traffic?
Yeah, sure, thank you.
If I may,
Mr.
I
Chair,
did
can I-
review the traffic.
It's your question.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did review the traffic impact statement. The total trips generated are for all of development of this project, and those trips would be distributed to Moccasin, Wallow, and Carter, and then to the broader network. But the 800 some odd trips is for all of development.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Baugh.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. And, for those in the audience, this is tough. It's hard. And I will tell you, I represent Lakewood Ranch. I live in Lakewood Ranch. We have a Del Webb. Yes, I've been there. And they feel just like you do. And I can tell you that Lakewood Ranch is is much more developed than what this area is so far. In looking at the map, I just want to make sure, I guess probably, Katie, if you could help me, please. Or Marshall, maybe you. I mean, y'all figure it out. I don't really care. But in looking at the map, it looks like that, the concern here seems to be mixed use, right? Well, you've already got a lot of mixed use that surrounds you. I don't know if y'all realize that or not. Am I correct on that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Baugh, absolutely. Mixed-use development is coming to this area very rapidly. The development of regional impact to the west in Robinson Gateway DRI is over 1.5 million square feet of non-residential floor area, as well as some residential development. Parish Lakes to the south also proposes significant commercial and residential development. It also will provide more connectivity for the roadway network with the connection of Carter Road from Moccasin Wallow to Erie Road. And so mixed-use development is coming. It is on the books. It is under review, and development is obviously moving forward. And that's why, again, the County Commission has worked so hard to make sure that funding is in place for the expansion of Moccasin Wallow Road.
And am I correct in that also, I guess it's west, right next door on the west side, there's at least one hospital, and I know that there's actually two that are scheduled now to go up in this area. Is that correct as well?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Baugh, yes, I was before this commission mid-year last year for North River Ranch.
Yes.
And so there is a proposal for a hospital off of 301, just north of Moccasin Wallow Road.
I did some research on Del Webb. I mean, you know, I sympathize with the residents because I know I've been there. I've been in their shoes. And I can tell you that, interestingly enough, when Del Webb first came forward, it was actually at first supposed to be Eagle Point. But at any rate, Del Webb, the zoning changed. It was approved from ag to PDR. So, and now you've got mixed use. I mean, pretty much all the way around you. I mean, it's going to be there whether we approve this today or not. You're going to see it. It's going to happen. It's already been done. So I think what we're seeing here is that, you know, this particular area is being developed. And we can't stop that. We don't have the ability.
Okay,
Sorry,
so
but-
listen, hold on.
Okay.
So it is a quasi-judicial hearing, so depending how this goes, there could easily be litigation that follows this. And the first thing the judge is going to go to is to see if a fair hearing was run. And that's my responsibility. And I do try to run a tight ship during these hearings. And when we have comments and from the audience, it could be considered to be swaying the board one way or another. And so that's why we really can't have any comment, clapping, booing, jeering, that sort of thing from the audience. So sir, you get public comment, 3 minutes, and then we have deliberation with the applicant and the board and whatnot. Okay, Commissioner Ball.
Well, I just wanted to finish talking about the lighting. You know, the lighting that will be used, particularly if it backs up to any homes, you know, or anything along that line, it's going to be going down. It's not going to be going toward your home, or it's not going to affect your home. I mean, we have worked very hard to try and make sure that we take care of that situation. I can tell you from the development that I've dealt with in Lakewood Ranch, a wall, you talk about the wall's not going to help with much of anything. Particularly if it's mixed use and it's apartments, the wall's not going to do you any good. So, you know, I think I should also tell you, and I don't know how many homes have been built in Del Webb total. I don't have that information. But I can tell you that it was originally approved for 1,072 homes. So I'm just trying to give you the information that's already there, that's already been done, that is coming. And what the other mixed use that you have surrounding your property, I don't know exactly, but I do know you've got probably 2 hospitals coming. And you're going to have some medical buildings. And you're going to have a regular, full-fledged community there. Now, I understand a lot of you said that you want, you know, the quiet, and you're a senior, and you moved down here for that purpose and all this. Well, you know what? So did I. I'm probably older than most of you. God, I hate saying that. Don't you say a word. And I moved here from Virginia, and, you know, how I ended up here is another story. But It was what?
After the war?
After the war, which one? The Confederate War? I mean, the Civil War? Okay, I knew that was
Leaving
coming.
that open for
You see
interpretation.
what I'm going through here? But the point is, you're not losing that. You still have your community. That's not going to change. So, I don't know if this will pass or not, but in looking at everything, I think whether this apartment community is built or not, it doesn't matter. You're going to see mixed use. There's no doubt about it. So, just trying to give out some information that I know. Del Webb, by the way, it has a lot of development around it in Lakewood Ranch, and they still have a great community, and they do a lot of activities. And I know somebody brought up veterans. Del Webb is a very strong veterans community. I mean, I go almost every year to the event that they have at the Del Webb facility in Lakewood Ranch. That's not going to change. So I just wanted to mention those few things because I didn't know if y'all knew about the hospital and so forth that you're looking at coming. So, all right, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Commissioner Bearden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just writing a few more things. I understand everybody's frustration, and we're seeing frustration across the whole county because we're a growing county. And we're getting 1,000 people a day in Florida moving every day in the state of Florida because we live in such an amazing state. And they're not moving on the East Coast. They're not moving down south. Guess where they're coming? They're coming to Manatee County just like the rest of us, right? And before even Del Webb was built out, same things as a lot of my other fellow associate commissioners have stated, there were people complaining about Del Webb going in as well, right? So we also get a lot of complaints that there's not enough in the parish area. We don't have enough restaurants. We don't have enough things out there. And now we have an opportunity to put mixed use in the area of parish. And this is not going to be the only place. We're probably going to hear complaints from other communities as well when these things are being developed, right? But I also believe in property owner rights. I also believe that an individual has the right, as long as it follows in code, right, that they should be able to develop whatever they believe they should be able to develop on their land. And I say this time and time again, that I raise my right hand to defend the Constitution. Some of you in the crowd have done the same thing as well. And first thing I ran on, right, was to protect people's rights. If I'm willing to breach rights on this issue, then I'm willing to do it on other issues. And I'm just not willing to do that. So the property owner definitely has the right to develop mixed use on this property, and that's why I'm going to support it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. So, staff, do you have any final comments before we move on? Marshall? I can call you by your name and not staff, I suppose.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would add that we do have an electrical engineer submit photometric plans for the lighting at the time of FSP. There are several measurement requirements at the property line, along streets, right-of-ways, different types of, as Commissioner Ball said, down lighting and shoebox-style lighting requirements. And the photometric plan, I hash all that out at final site plan to make sure we don't have intrusion or too much intrusion at the boundary.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Applicant rebuttal. Mr. Grimes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Caleb Grimes. I'm going to be fairly brief. I just want to correct a couple of things and make sure that we understand it. There was a comment that by dropping the NCO, we ended up with less buffer. that is true along the roadways. That was where we dropped where NCO had the increased buffers. So that didn't change the buffer between the properties. And as you know, we are proposing a increased buffer in lieu of the wall, and we're doing that because we think that is better. I'm going to tell you, if you all collectively don't agree with us that you think it's better, we're not going to die over a wall. But we think that having the two and the dead space and everything and having an increased buffer is going to be much, much better. Secondly, yes, we appreciate what you're doing with Moccasin Waller Road, and I want you to know that back when Eagle Point, now Pulte, was zoned, the McClures were involved with assuring that the right-of-way was available along that roadway, and they have done that further and will be doing it with this development to assure that the right-of-way for your expansion is there. It is something the McClure family has done and worked with your staff and with the county over the years to assure that these things happen. The comments were made that we have maximum density here, and I want to make sure that you heard what Mr. Robinson said when he said that we are not doing maximum density here. We are doing a density that, based on the design of a 50-acre tract, works. You can see it fits nicely, and it has the interaction with the commercial, and we have enough commercial there that we can have the restaurants and things that this area and this community needs. And I just want to emphasize that we are absolutely following the comp plan. We worked very hard to assure that we did that. We think this will be something that will be very, very good for the area. Katie, do you have anything you want to add? Okay. Unless you have more questions, we're done. We appreciate your attention to this matter.
Okay, I have no other commissioners on the board. We have a motion to approve the matter by Commissioner Cruz. Now the board's, of course, Commissioner Satcher.
Well, I was waiting for deliberations, so this is deliberations now, correct?
Okay.
No longer
okay.
questions?
Now we have Commissioner Satcher and Commissioner Cruz on the board. Commissioner Satcher, you have the floor, sir.
Thank you. I want to maybe not correct, but hopefully clarify some of the statements that have been made. Some people said that, well, because we do this, like they said, often, right? Twice a month, we're here. And for those of us in a growing district, it's not a lot of fun. But someone, we mentioned, well, we hear complaints. I just want to say to the citizens that came out, I think a much better word would be we hear your concerns. Y'all have been very respectful and just the kind of people that I am so pleased that I live close by, and that this is part of my community. So I just want to state that to you. And then, we're in a position where we have to control the controllables. I try to fix or improve what I have the power and ability and authority to fix and improve. And so we've been hitting the gas on Moccasin Wallow. It may not look like it as much as it should, but when you've got to take land, and when you've got to move utilities and you've got to call FPL and make them move lines, et cetera, there's a lot moving on it, but I tell you, it's moving a lot faster than it was, when I came here in 2020. I have meetings about it all the time. Moccasin Wallow is a serious concern of mine because that is something we can control. That is something that is our role, which is to bring reasonable infrastructure to places if we see growth coming. And the truth is the county is going to assess these buildings, right? They're going to have to pay taxes, and you have to pay taxes. And our part in that is, hey, we need to make the needed steps to provide for adequate infrastructure and roads. And this board has done a good job of that. I think we could do even better. I think we need to hit the afterburners on Moccasin Wallow. But overall, we've approved millions and millions and gone to Tallahassee, and it's been a lead-off conversation when we're in the offices of some of the most influential people in Tallahassee when we needed help for these different budgets. And we're doing it in phases, but part of that is, I won't get into the weeds, but the efficiency of how it can happen. It goes faster, honestly, if we go in phases. Otherwise, we would have to have all, whatever the total is, $100 million in the bank and let it sit there the entire time we do the construction. So, that's one of the things that we can control. Some things that are beyond our control, from when I was a teenager, NAFTA, we can't control the trade. We can't control, the amount of money and profit that farmers are able to make. And I've done missions in places that don't have adequate property rights. If you go to Haiti, you travel and you see abandoned building after abandoned building because they follow the French system. And the French system, just about any random person can show up and say, you know what, I've got a claim on that property, and the entire project stops. And so you have, abandoned buildings and people that are living in houses that aren't even what we would consider houses and huts. And so I'm not sure, is everything perfect about what's been here today? I don't know. But I do know that in the United States, people have rights, and we do have to protect those rights. And in the end, I think it ends up better for all of us when we do that. We hear the voice of the majority. We protect the rights of the minorities, and so I think the other thing is, I've fought this fight a lot of times up here on this board, or similar fights, and I appreciate that the rest of this board, the county board, I appreciate that even if sometimes I have to gauge what's the project before me, what are the issues, how appropriate is it, and do the best that I can with that situation. But they haven't said, you know what, forget the District 1 commissioner. He's always going to be against us. He's always going to call us out. He's never going to go for these projects just because, he wants to play to the crowd. And we're not approving improved roads. We're not going to improve the sidewalks that you need. We're just going to take this and spend it elsewhere in the county for what we want. They've never done that. They've been, respectful and reasonable and taken the needs and the concerns that we have in District 1 into consideration, and I do appreciate them for that. So with that, that's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Cruz.
Yeah, relative to some of the comments made, you talk about maximum density. Like more than anybody else on this board, possibly the only person on this board, I consistently talk about how I'm not a big fan of the mixed-use density bonus. I talk about that a lot. I don't think that's proper in our comp plan. It doesn't fit with what the community needs. I think there's better ways of handling it. However, it's in the comp plan. So I'm still required to adhere to the comp plan until we fix the comp plan. And this is zoned future land use UF3. And whether you agree that Carter is or is not designated as we have designated it, that's what's in our comp plan. And this is an activity node, for better or worse, based on the legal standings of our plan that we are required by Florida statute to adhere to, and they're getting the zoning that they are allowed to get based on the comp plan. So this isn't, in my opinion, even a question of the zoning, it's a question of the compatibility. And I hear what you're saying, but unless I'm mistaken, and it was right before I got here, but the Del Webb property itself is on former McClure property. It was literally purchased from the same person to build this. And someone said, we were here first. That was a comment made. Well, we can't play the game of, last one in, shut the door, and nobody else can build because now we've set the dynamics of compatibility for an entire region. People who moved out to Moccasin Wallow and to Del Webb in a project that is still actively being built out, mind you. This isn't, there are people out in Mayaca that say, hey, what are you doing encroaching on us and our roads are too. okay, they at least have a standing for discussion. They're generational in some cases in their houses. They could have never envisioned what is slowly working its way over with Lakewood Ranch. Here, anyone who moved in Del Webb, a big chunk of Moccasin Wallow was already rezoned. I mean, North River Ranch was already coming out of the ground. People knew what was going on. We were already in the process of widening Moccasin Wallow. In fact, from a traffic standpoint, you're in better shape than most other people. Not necessarily today, but there are single lane roads on Erie and Commissioner Satcher's district and Canal and other places where there are developments being proposed and approved that are one lane and in the foreseeable future until the funding are still one lane. Moccasin Wallow is actively being widened. And you're in very close proximity to 75. This is where the density and commercial is supposed to be. Now, you built your properties here, but you got to look at transition of where it should go, because you can't just say one single-family homes here, so everything's single-family, because a lot of Del Webb is not single-family. It's paired duplex and villas. So by the letter of the law of you got to be compatible with everybody to the east of you, you know, you got single-family homes in North River Ranch, which is transitioning to paired villas and duplexes in Del Webb, which is transitioning to multifamily and commercial in this project, which is transitioning to higher density multifamily and a hospital to the west of this, and then 75. That's the exact transition you want in terms of buffering things. That's how you want to properly structure a community, is to go from lower density to higher density as you get closer to 75 and closer to the major activity nodes and closer to the commercial centers. This is exactly the compatibility and the transition you would want in growth, and it's in conformance exactly with what our comp plan allows them to do. So in my mind, my only concern was the height versus the location. I was playing with numbers because I like numbers. And based upon the distance of the closest building to the closest home on a 4-story building, you would literally be talking about a sight line of less than 15 degrees. A staircase is over 30 degrees. So this isn't towering that you're staring straight up at a building. It's less than a 15-degree angle from the backyard of the absolute closest house to the absolute peak of the highest building is a 15-degree angle, which is half of an angle of a staircase. Any tree buffer is going to, in my opinion, entirely eliminate the site. And I know you can shake your head if you want, but this isn't a 10-story building immediately in the backyard. There's a huge buffer here. This is, to somebody's point, a bigger buffer than we see in most projects. This is a very generous buffer that's being proposed. So I get what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, but you know, we have to adhere to a comp plan, and we have to look at things based on how we believe things should grow, and I believe this is the exact right transition. We also don't have a lot of commercial there right now, and I do not want to see Parish and transitioning down Moccasin Wallow be endless rooftops as far as the eye can see. Because everyone who was in Parish, everyone who was in my neighborhood, I live on State Road 64, we had one Publix and like 3 restaurants for a decade. And it was miserable because nobody built commercial properties near us. Now we have like a pizza place and a Culver's going across the street, and my neighborhood's about to throw a party because it's the first time we can not wait an hour and a half for a table at Wolf's Head. So, you know, it's nice to see commercial. And this isn't some of we've seen some mixed-use projects recently where it's like, I'm using a mixed-use density bonus, and it's an existing like shooting range, and so now they can build like 3 times more multifamily property. This is real commercial. This is meaningful commercial. This is grocery stores and restaurants and employment centers. This is real mixed use, which is what Moccasin Wallow needs, especially closer to 75. So I hear what you're saying. I appreciate it, and I appreciate you all coming out, but in my opinion, this does in fact conform to what this property should be used for, and does conform to the comp plan, and I made the motion, obviously, so I do support it.
Thank you, sir. There are no other commissioners on the board at this time unless Commissioner Satcher would like to make a last-minute adjustment. We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Cruz, and it has been seconded by Commissioner Ron. We can all cast our votes at this time. We've held public comment, and there's no one on the board. Madam Clerk, the vote passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. We are going to recess this meeting for lunch until 1:45. We're in recess.
Half-cent sales tax funds were also utilized for the construction of a new lighted multi-purpose field, complete with irrigation and netting. This addition will not only serve as a practice field for the new Manatee Broncos, but will also attend to the needs of the public as a general use field for a multitude of different sports. If you drive by at night, chances are you'll catch a spirited pickup football game. And speaking of pickup games, half-cent sales tax funds were used to add an additional basketball court and resurface an existing court for a total of 2. Fencing was also added, as well as regulation lighting to encourage night play. The expansion of a paved nature trail that winds through the community garden and enhanced fitness equipment were also added to East Bradenton Park, along with little touches like new electric-equipped pavilions, barbecue grills, chilled water fountains for humans and pets, and additional benches. Future proposed improvements may include a multi-purpose building with restrooms that will allow the county to run a year-round outreach program, as well as the replacement of an existing playground and the refurbishment of the Willie J. Bro Clemens Jr. Pool splash pad and pump house. These additions and enhancements, along with future proposed improvements and continued support from the Board of County Commissioners, are set to bring the East Bradenton community together through healthy recreation and friendly competition for years to come. To check out this and other half-cent sales tax projects, go to mymanatee.org/half-cent well spent.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Just wrapping up our land use meeting today. We have moved on to item number 16 and 17, which we will open together. Mrs. DePaul, if you would please introduce those items.
All right, item 16, PA-22-13, ordinance 23-21, Florida International Trade Port, formerly known as Ellington Commerce Park, small-scale comprehensive plan map and text amendment, PLN 2208-0063. And then item number 17, PDMU-17-04, ZGR2, Florida International Trade Port, revised general development plan with a rezone, ALPROP, the first LLC, -7978 CCB is the owner, and it's PLN 2209-0018.
Thank you, ma'am. Both of these items are quasi, and technically only one is quasi. Regardless, has there been any ex parte communication on these items? None. Okay, very good to hear. Who's here to represent the applicant? Sir, please state your full name for the record and your county of residence.
Great. Thank you, Chair. My name is Philip DiMaria. I'm a certified planner with Kimley Horn, and I live in Sarasota County.
And have you been sworn?
And I have been sworn, ma'am. Thank you. Great. Thank you for your time this afternoon, everyone. Once again, for the record, my name is Philip DiMaria, certified planner with Kimley Horn. Got a team of professionals with me, as well as representation from the ownership team, which is Benderson Development. That's Todd Mathis. We have folks from transportation, site civil, representation as well, if there are any specific questions regarding those aspects as we start moving through this application. Quick point of housekeeping, this is a two-part amendment, as you stated, Mr. Chair. First part is the small-scale comprehensive plan amendment, and related to that is the plan development mixed-use ordinance specific to the property that we'll cover here just as one. I'll move through primarily touching on the comprehensive plan amendment here at the beginning of the presentation, and then pretty smoothly blend into the general development plan and the rezone aspects. So initially, just some context here, working through the what. The 2019 was the initial FIT development plan improvement when this moved from the Ellington Commerce Park into the Florida International Trade Port. In 2021 and 2022, additional lands were purchased surrounding the site. And here we are here in early 2023 discussing the land use amendments associated with those additional lands that are coming before you today. On screen, you'll see just a graphical representation of the original FIT or FIT development located in that solid red line, and then the dashed lines represent the areas of land that were since added to the development. So a quick summary of the request. The approval of the petitions would permit additional space for Manatee County job creators. The approval of the petitions would support business diversity in the Manatee County economy. We implemented thoughtful buffering, setbacks, and site design features to ensure that future development is compatible with the surrounding land uses. And then this development will also provide a missing link to 51st Avenue East, a key north-south roadway in the county's future thoroughfare 2045 plan. Into the nuts and bolts, the comprehensive plan amendment modifies the future land use in two key areas surrounding the property or incorporated within these new parcels. The first is in that southwest portion bordering the original FIT development. You'll see the addition of two red pieces, and that's modifying the future land use from res to mixed use. And then the northern portion located to the north of the original boundary that modifies also from a res designation to a mixed use designation. And we can get into why those are necessary for this development to move forward here shortly. Okay, so just a quick zoom in on those locations specifically. You'll see the hatched areas. They're broken into three parcels, but we refer to them as two main areas. And then just quickly touching on the county thoroughfare plan, the 51st Avenue East expansion. You'll see here in the blue line running from 301 down there, and it's the multicolored line on the south side of the property. I'll direct your eyes there, and then moving north, you'll see kind of a curved or a hook that runs through the development to the north. So Benderson has acquired all the lands on either side approaching Mendoza Road And as part of this project are proposing to build out that thoroughfare to provide that link between 301, 17th Street East, 29th Street East, and then eventually Mendoza Road through coordination with landowners to the north of the property controlled by Benderson. Quickly touching on controlled traffic flow, same sort of concept, just zoomed out on the overall thoroughfare plan map. You can see a grid of streets working here in the eastern Palmetto area, west of 75. 51st Avenue certainly is a key link in that grid of streets, but then also recognizing that it is one of the few that directly link 75 into the FIT development. So there's almost a direct access off of 75 into FIT between I-75 and the port as well. Touching on the densities in the surrounding area, this is key when we start talking about compatibility. The ROR future land use as well as the Res 16 future land use allows 16 dwelling units per acre, and those are concentrated primarily on the Manatee River adjacent parcels. And as we look to the north, coming from the Tideview Estates area, which is designated a Res 16 or R16 area, as we move north, we start seeing that blend into a Res 9, which is slightly lower density. It starts transitioning into those Res 3 land uses. And of course, the mixed use future land use designation is slotted in around 12 units per acre. So it is providing, this comprehensive plan amendment would provide that transition and retain that transition from higher density, higher intensity future land uses to the south as we move north. Once again, there are limited industrial lands in Manatee County, especially located in key corridors. Existing development acts as an economic engine for the county and truly South Florida in general. The expansion will bring additional businesses, jobs, and economic growth to the county. And this sort of flexibility in the mixed-use land uses provides housing opportunities, which will provide quality homes near schools. Blackburn Elementary is located down the street here. Obviously, the jobs that fit, and then transportation infrastructure, which we covered earlier. Quickly moving into zoning, what is proposed is really an expansion of the existing plan development mixed use or PDMU ordinance that would encompass the rest of the project, the rest of the land that was acquired over time. The PDR is already exists on that western portion, so we'd be folding that in. And the plan development mixed use also incorporates the land to the north and starts to think about land uses that might be appropriate for that location. When we start working into the general development plan, there are specific land uses called out. With every plan development mixed use, it is required per Manatee County's code to identify what types of land uses, whether those be residential, office, commercial, industrial, would be appropriate in the mixed use designation. In our case, we've, as part of the GDP, identified a residential land use that would be most appropriate in that southwestern corner. You'll notice as you work through your staff report that 270 units, a cap, was made for that portion of the project. And that's what is proposed, a residential build-for-rent community on that southwestern portion, once again providing that buffering from the existing residential land uses to the south to the industrial land uses here to the east, and then also providing housing for a lot of the job creators that are located in primarily within the FIT development. Industrial warehousing to the east side of the plan would be an expansion, continued expansion. Benderson's had incredible success in this market, probably because of the residential and commercial growth in the area and the need to serve those with warehousing. And so expanding that further north. Now the area north of 29th Street East, you'll see it's colored in a dark blue and light blue hatch. We're really not sure at this point what will occur on that piece of the property, but what we've built into this PDMU is the flexibility and the recognition that residential or industrial land uses have their specific needs in terms of buffering. So if that northern portion does go industrial, There are much larger setbacks, much larger buffers that are required. If it goes residential, which it probably will, but it's a little bit far into the future to necessarily put our finger on that at this moment, the buffers are slightly shorter. The buffer requirements are a little bit less, and we think that'll blend in really nicely with the proposed PDMU to the north, Ellington Cove, which I know you all are familiar with, on the south side of Mendoza Road. Before we flip off the slide, I do want to just touch on the arrows that you see on the south and in the middle of the plan. So those larger orange arrows represent what we see as trucking access, full access, if you will. So once again, directing all truck traffic and freight traffic up 51st Avenue into the development. And then 17th Street East is actually designated a no truck zone. So anything west of that entrance on 51st Avenue East, trucks aren't supposed to be there. We're not proposing any changes to that. And any access point along that will just be for cars, primarily serving any residences in that area. We anticipate the primary entrance to the residential neighborhood being that furthest west yellow access, and then emergency access being provided through those red arrows just located to the west of that. We'll get into specifics. This is the plan that you've seen in your packet and the actual regulating plan and the GDP. We're going to work north to south here. I just want to describe some of those buffer areas and the transition areas that we're contemplating and the types of compatibility aspects that we've incorporated into the plan. So for this particular location, we're providing 15-foot landscape buffers if it's residential. That number goes up if it's industrial. The setbacks go up if it's industrial. We're proposing 75-foot setbacks if there are industrial land uses on this northern part of the property. On this western portion where we are adjacent to what we call the wood property, that's the current landowner. He accesses his property through FIT, so we needed to retain some level of access for him through this. And the buffers are responsive to that. Once again, though, providing a super dense, wide 25-foot landscape buffer to that property, as well as a 70-foot building setback to maintain that compatibility. Quickly on the southwestern portion, we've got about a 20-foot landscape buffer from the road and a 30-foot building setback from the road. And those actual distances can be seen on slides a little bit later, but this is just primarily focused on the area across from Tideview Estates. You'll see that 30-foot building setback and 20-foot landscape buffer across from Tideview Estates, creating that long distance between, despite them being both residential land uses, there's still a good amount of distance between these to minimize any visual impact on the existing residents of Tideview Estates. Once again, touching on the controlled traffic flow, I'll zoom through a few of these here since I spent a little bit of time on them earlier. This showcases, once again, those access points and what we envision. I like this slide as well because it shows where we're locating the stormwater facilities. We've done some preliminary engineering with Clint Cuffle, and he's identified these areas as really making the most sense for stormwater and creating even more distance between those existing residents to the south and the lower density residential development that we're proposing on this site over there on the left side of the screen. Once again, all warehousing internal to FIT will be accessed off 51st Avenue. I realize that this slide maybe could be confusing just because of the no truck accesses. Those could be for employees, let's say, but all freight traffic, once again, would be coming up 51st Avenue and taking a left and going west into the property to access the individual warehouses. So some key facts here. Once again, focused on expanding opportunities for employment and targeted economic development, serving the community through growth, and also expanding the need for warehousing uses with the growth of residential and commercial developments in the region. It provides that logical transition as demonstrated through the buffering and the setbacks from higher intensity uses to lower intensity uses. And once again, it showcases that true public-private partnership between Manatee County and Benderson development can be achieved through the construction of 51st Avenue East. As with any application related to rezone, we do have to demonstrate consistency and compatibility with the comprehensive plan. Your professional staff did an excellent job of detailing that, and a few of those policies that back this request are located on screen here. We did study the Ellington Cove site to the north, and we found that those are also coming in at a slightly higher density than even what we're proposing on our southwest parcel. So once again, this transition between land uses and our neighbors is really thoughtful. And we consider this link on 51st Avenue as well. The separation between Tideview Estates and the current private property owned by owners within Tideview Estates, approximately, even at its shortest distance, about 156 feet from the FIT, any FIT development, and that did not incorporate, this measurement does not incorporate that additional distance contemplated in those stormwater ponds to any buildings on site. Last but not least, I want to touch on back on the comprehensive plan portion. On the northern parcel, we realized because of the flexibility that's being requested, we needed to reconcile that through some sort of stipulation that would provide some guidance on the intensity and density of development on that parcel. So we've self-limited ourselves to a 0.5 FAR, which is half the floor area ratio allowed within the mixed-use designation on that specific parcel, and then also limited densities on that parcel, more consistent with a Res 6 future land use district. Once again, we think this achieves many of the policy goals of Manatee County Commission, and we would certainly request that you approve this in your powers as a board. Thank you very much for your time, and I'm available for any questions, as is my team.
All right, thank you, sir. I do not have any commissioners on the board. Okay, now's the time for questions for the applicant. Commissioner Cruz.
Just a quick question. Why did you, was it a voluntary stipulation that you would lower the FAR to 0.5, or was that a direction of staff or based on neighborhood meetings?
It's a great question. We did hold a neighborhood meeting, but prior to submitting any sort of application, we had preliminary conversations with staff. And we reconciled the need for flexibility with also the need to be compatible. And we work with staff actually to come up with that 0.5 FAR stipulation.
And that's across the entire project? I mean, there's some parts that you already have pretty heavy industrial. I mean, I don't see how the originally stated FAR is not compatible with what you already have there. I could see the outlying pieces next to Ellington Cove and so forth, but are you saying the 0.5 across the board, even in the areas where the full FAR would make sense?
Yep, good question. The 0.5 FAR limitation would only apply to that portion north of 29th Street.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I don't see anyone else on the board, so we will go to staff presentation. Charlie?
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioners. Hi, Charles Andrews, Principal Planner with Development Services. Applicant did a great job of summarizing what the request is about, and I'm going to touch on the comprehensive plan amendment, and then my colleague Laura Gonzalez will touch on the rezoning portion of it. So real quick here, it is a privately initiated small-scale comp plan amendment to mixed use, and it does have a specific property development condition or a D5 provision. So to speak to Commissioner Cruz's question there, so if you see here, the proposed future land use map here, we have parcel A, B, and C. So parcel A, which is located north of 29th Street East, will only fall with that D5 provision. And let's see, did I just go past that? Let's see, here we go. So the D5 provision basically says, and this will be part of the comprehensive plan in element 2, that regardless of any land use equivalency matrix, the additional density or intensity cannot be transferred to the site for parcel A. So the max would be limited to maximum density of 6 dwelling units per acre, maximum intensity of 0.5 FAR, just to clarify. Let's see here. So existing future land use, right now, the total dwelling units would be capped at 621, total square footage 998,328. The request to mixed use would show a total, including that D5 provision, which limits to 6 dwelling units per acre, total dwelling unit count at 1,038, total square footage of just over 1.7 million. So if today the comp plan was approved to MU, it would result in an increase of 417 dwelling units and an additional 731,439 square feet. Existing zoning, which my colleague will touch on here. A little bit history. Let me go through. Okay, so on this slide here, basically what we've got is, as you can see, that there's additional MU approvals that have happened, starting up in the top right. So back in '89, when the comp plan was adopted, the black outline there was originally designated as MU. So then through subsequent changes, kind of going up to the north and moving to the west, were changed to MU. Even going to 2019 was the last approval further west there. And then this is the subject property here, like I said, broken out into a couple different parcels. And then there's that northern piece we were talking about with the D5 provision north of 29th Street East. And then regarding surrounding development here, as the applicant touched on, Ellington Cove, which is kind of, it makes up, it's just adjacent and north of the parcel A. There were some different development options on that, but their option B gave them 10 dwelling units per gross acre. So to kind of transition that into the mixed use going from north to south, we kind of saw that D5 was appropriate to just transition accordingly. Public facilities, we got Blackburn Elementary, Lincoln Middle, and Palmetto High. Positive aspects here. It's a logical transition given the emerging development trends and the existing MU in the area. Pretty much echoing what the applicant had said, and the property is located west and adjacent of the future development area boundary, where this type of development is encouraged. Public utilities are available. Negative aspect, MU is one of the most intensive classifications provided for in the comprehensive plan. So there is a concern of potential adverse impacts generated by the category, especially where adjacent to the Res 3 future land use category at the northern portion. However, as we discussed before, and it's one of the mitigating factors, this is being addressed through a D5 provision by staff, and then any further analyses that would require, regarding capacity and impacts on public facilities would be done at the rezoning part of it. And based on, let's see here, adequate buffering screening that will be addressed of the site where adjacent to agricultural and residential areas. Conclusion, the request appears to meet applicable policies, the Manatee County Comprehensive Plan, Land Development Code regulations. And I'm here if you have any questions.
All right, are there any questions for staff? Commissioner Cruz.
One question, this is more of a transit type thing. I mean, this is going to add a lot of cars, trucks, whatnot, to this area. There's other projects being proposed, our lives, if that does anything, a few other things down 17. Right. I'm not even sure if it's physically possible based on the restrictions, but has there been any conversation about maybe finding a way to connect 17th straight off that exit from 75 to avoid people coming all the way onto 301, going a few feet and then having to wait at a light and then curve back around the restaurants? It seems like a pretty logical cutoff from the exit ramp to allow for much easier access onto a potentially pretty major east-west thoroughfare if we can get 17th going.
Okay, and I've got transportation staff here, Marie Wahid, to speak to that.
Good afternoon, Mary Wahid, Transportation Planning, have been sworn. So currently there is no plan to have this proposed thoroughfare as a cut through to 17th.
I'm just curious if anyone's thought about it, because I mean, this is a lot of trucks and potentially a lot of cars, and that's a hassle getting off there. I've gone up to Oyster Bar from coming south on 75, and you got to come all the way down, wait at a light, you go like, 200 yards, you have to hit another light, then you turn up here. You're going to get more and more people this way, and there's a lot of places that have little cutoffs from interstates all over the place where you have an exit ramp and you can either go straight, you see it all over Pinellas. It just, to me, seemed like a pretty easy, smooth transition. You're going to take a lot of cars off of what's already a fairly congested 301 just by allowing all the people coming to this type of project, especially when 51st gets crossed straight through. I don't know, it was more just an observation more than a statement to see if anyone's even considered that, because it could alleviate a lot of 301 traffic by avoiding people hopping on it just for 30 seconds. So, that's all.
Thank you. Commissioner Bearden.
He'd probably be. Thank you. So do you feel that 29th Street East is, that road's sustainable for what they're proposing that they would like to put in?
Correct. So, and now they are a little bit intermingled, but the analysis they've done for traffic study is a link-based analysis. What it means is they see the capacity of the roadway segment that are part of this impact area. And based on the analysis they've done, it appears to be there is okay capacity in terms of level of service D, to sustain the projected traffic. However, as they progress with their project, and we are talking about FSP, PSP kind of level of analysis, they will dig down deeper into the details to see if additional operational improvement would be required to meet level of service. So, which means whether additional turn lanes or other auxiliary lanes will be required. But this type of analysis cannot be done with GDP because we are looking at higher level of planning analysis. It has to come subsequently.
Commissioner Ballard.
Yes, so I represent, this actually is not in my district, but I represent the residents of Tideview Estates who are just south of the area. And I just have a question about 51st Avenue East. So people are going to come off of 301 onto 51st Avenue East, the trucks and all of the industrial vehicles, they're going to be entering into the trade port that way, is that correct?
I'll defer to transportation on that.
Okay.
So I will give you the general idea about the thoroughfare.
Okay.
But regarding the day-to-day operation for the industrial park and so on, I will have the applicant address those. So
Okay.
51st Avenue is a county thoroughfare. It's planned as a 2-lane roadway, and it's partially constructed through this building, through this project. And the plan is this will extend way up north, and it will join 69th. So this is going to work as a parallel facility to movement north and south from the county. And as you mentioned, due to the use of this particular project, heavy traffic is expected. And our initial assumption is 51st, and from what the applicant said, 51st would be the main route for this truck traffic. But if the applicant has, I think, more deeper details regarding the operation, I will let them add to my comment.
Thank you. And just to add a little bit more, my concern is for the residents of Tideview Estates and just ensuring that their day-to-day lives are impacted as little as possible. And it looks to me as though if most of these trucks are coming right off of 75 and then going up 51st, then there would be less impact to the day-to-day lives of these regular people in Tideview Estates.
I'll introduce Christopher Hatton, but Commissioner Ballard, you're spot on. The intent is to focus the trips on 51st Avenue East, specifically those associated with the trade port designation and the freight traffic associated with it.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Hatton. I'm a registered professional traffic engineer with Kinley Horn. And just real quick, I would like to show a graphic, which is, I get the overhead here. Yeah, so this is north. This is actually a project that the county has on their CIP that is now being designed. This is actually as it exists, obviously, is a 2-lane. It's being widened to a 4-lane divided roadway where there will actually be, specifically at 17th and 51st, For instance, there will be a separate northbound left turn lane for folks that are going to travel west. The through traffics will, which is where the treks will be, will have a separate indication. And then specifically, I think one of the other big things is obviously the operations there at 301, just to get folks who are actually can make that a much better in terms of a dual operation for dual southbound lefts. We are in the process, again, working with the county on that, on a design, and that is currently underway. Thank you.
All right, any other questions for staff? Okay,
And I do have Laura Gonzalez here for the rezoning portion.
okay.
Hi, good afternoon. Laura Gonzalez, Planner 2 with Development Services Department, and I have been sworn. I basically agree with the applicant's presentation of the General Development Plan. So I am just going to cover some aspects that he didn't mention, basically related to the, can you put my, okay. Basically related to the specific approval that they have requested. They have, for this project, there are 4 specific approvals. The first one is to reduce the buffer from 20 to 15 feet in a very specific location along the western edge of the parcel adjacent to the wood property. And staff has considered that with the planting and the proposed fence, the 15-foot buffer will provide adequate separation between the industrial and residential uses in this specific location. As the applicant mentioned, there is a shared driveway that provides additional separation between these uses. The second specific approval request is to reduce the open space for the industrial use from 25 to 20%. This 20% exceeds code requirement for the industrial standard zoning districts, that is 15%. And other components like the stormwater facilities, the existing wetlands, and the landscape areas will provide additional or enhance the open space. The third specific approval was mentioned by the applicant, yes, and it is to provide a second means of access to the residential area at the southwest corner of the site as an emergency access only. This will prevent traffic congestion at the adjacent school to the west and ensure proper off-site functionality. Emergency services can still have access to the site, and the residents can evacuate if needed. At the time of the future site plan, additional information will be requested, including an operational analysis, to ensure that the project meets the standards for design criteria and public safety, and to determine if additional improvement will be required. And the fourth specific approval is to reduce the open space requirement for the few parcels within the coastal planning area from 35% to 30%. It's important to mention that it's only a very small portion of the multifamily component located within the coastal planning area. So the 30% for the overall residential component at the southwest corner will provide adequate open space. Now I want to summarize with the positive aspects. The proposed development supports the creation of a significant number of jobs and promotes economic growth and development. The site offers an attractive location for light industrial and distribution uses due to the easy access to Port Manatee and the airport. And the project provides housing options for county residents and for those that work in the trade port. Negative aspect, the existing, certainly this project site is surrounded by residential uses on the north, northwest, and south boundary limits, and obviously the proposed uses generates compatibility issues that needs to be addressed. And these are the mitigating measures. On the northern portion, as has been said, the intensity has been limited to 0.5 floor area ratio, and the density to the Red 6 standards. Also, the maximum number of dwelling units in the southwest residential portion has been limited to 270 units. As it has shown on the applicant's presentation and as required by code, the proposed buffers and setbacks will address compatibility issues, providing adequate separation between the residential and the industrial uses. At the time of the future site plan submittal, a traffic study shall be submitted, and also the intersections and proposed access points will be evaluated by transportation planning staff to determine if further improvement will be required. With the proposed stipulations, staff finds the requests to be consistent with the policies of the comprehensive plan and the applicable requirements of the Land Development Code. Compliance with these standards will be reviewed in detail at time of the preliminary site plan and final site plan submittal. And this concludes my presentation. If you have additional questions.
Thank you, ma'am. No commissioners on the board, so we have no questions concerning zoning for staff? Okay, thank you. The applicant have any statements on zoning? Thank you. We're going to open this up to public comment then. So no one has signed up, but if anyone would like to speak on this matter, go ahead and come down to the podium. I am going to have everyone stand up that has not been sworn in and face the clerk at this time, and she's going to swear you in. So if anyone intends to speak and you've not been sworn today, then I need you to stand and the clerk will swear you in.
Just raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the factual statements and representations you're about to make to the Board of County Commissioners are truthful and accurate? Thank you. When you step to the podium, please state your name, your county of residence, and if you've been sworn.
Thank you. My name is Robert Carr, and I was sworn in previously. Thank you, Commissioner Ballard, for representing Tideview, which I am a part of, and I am, of course, a Manatee resident, Manatee County resident. I live right on 17, okay? I'm approximately 40 feet from 17, and those of you who think that the trucks are not allowed down there, they maybe aren't, but they do. And especially after dark, they come rolling down through there, trucks of all sizes. They shake my house. Okay. I'm not very far from where the warehousing and the housing units will be built. We really don't have too much of a problem with the warehousing. Some of it's already there, and it's not a problem at all, especially if they are able to keep the traffic and the truck traffic, especially on 51st when it's completed. It is the housing units going in that are a major concern for us, and I've heard different numbers being bandied about, sometimes 200, 240, 300, 600 is written in their paperwork. At the Planning Commission, we handed out approximately 10 questions dealing with noise, dust, air quality, traffic, and I'm wondering if those issues have been dealt with, because we've received nothing back, and then maybe they're not required to let people at Tideview know, but we've received, as of yesterday, nothing back on any of those issues. We're also concerned with Blackburn Elementary and its children, and for all the same issues, in addition to kids' safety on bikes and walking to school. If we're going to increase and put in there 600 housing units, we're talking about a lot of children potentially, and we're talking about a lot of kids possibly on bikes and walking to and from school, and we already have issues in that area. Whenever the schools start in the morning or let out in the afternoon, it's a big issue traffic-wise, and there's all kinds of crossing guards there to protect the children. Do we want our children attending school in a warehouse district? That could be a question. These gentlemen and more stand to make a lot of money as their property value goes up. I'm afraid that ours in Tideview will go down. And also those folks on 29th Street in the north. We will be facing huge amounts of dust, noise, probably 24/7 with truck deliveries, and possible poor air quality.
Tideview is currently sandwiched between 301, which for large parts of the day you will be familiar with, is unusable because of heavy traffic. You never try to make a left turn out of Tideview onto 301, and it's getting harder and harder to make even a right turn. If 17 becomes much more busy with a potential 600 units there, we'll be trapped between two mostly unusable roads.
Okay,
Okay, thank you for your time.
thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to come forward at this time for public comment? So when you reach the podium, please give us your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and tell us if you've been sworn.
My first name is Duncan. My last name is Smith. I am a resident of Manatee. I was earlier sworn in. I only have 3 concerns with regard to this property change. The first one is that because I live in Tideview and my home faces directly onto that piece of property, happy hour is very enjoyable, and particularly watching the sand cranes come into that property where they nest. There is a pond on that property, and there are at least 8 sand cranes that fly in there in the evening and generally are gone first thing in the morning. Those sand cranes are a protected species under Florida law, and I don't see anything anywhere that says they will ensure that those birds are going to be protected as they develop this particular area. So I would like to see something that says we are not going to drive those particular protected birds out of that particular parcel of land. Secondly, it already been stated, 17th Street is no commercial traffic over 5,000 pounds. For those who don't know, I owned a dually pickup truck, V8, and that vehicle weighed 4,200 pounds, which means that any vehicle over a large pickup truck should not be on 17th Street. Let me assure you that at least 2 in 10 are trucks, everything from 48 to 53-foot vans, car carriers, flatbeds, dump trucks, cement trucks, continually run back and forth on 17th. I have had conversation with the Minister of Transportation, who says he only has 17 officers and he does the best he can, that I need to call the police. I have contacted the police, and they have said, well, they haven't got time. That's a department for the Minister of Transportation. So the beat goes on, and people continue to ignore the fact that they are not supposed to be on that road. Thirdly, 51st Street, in case you were unaware, is approximately 350 feet long. That's it. On that stretch of road, there are 2 restaurants. There's a convenience store associated with a gas station, and there is the diesel filling station, which is the major problem. Life is right place, the right time, wrong place at the wrong time. When you come off 75 or down onto 301 and from 301 onto 51, it is quite possible that you can't enter onto 51st Street because the transports have backed up far enough getting fuel that they block that artery, and there is no access without moving over and driving in the other side of the road. That is a major concern, something that was supposed to be fixed in 2019
Thank you,
by
sir.
Henderson. Didn't happen. If
All right.
it happened, it didn't work.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, and tell us if you've been sworn. Then you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay. My name is Glenda Meek. I live in Tideview Estates, and I have been sworn in. I live in Manatee County. As a former history teacher, I look at that piece of property from a little bit different angle. I'm interested in the history of it. The Seminoles first occupied that land, which you probably know. Mr. Gamble bought almost 3,500 acres, including part, if not all, of the land that is now owned by Benderson. In an 1859 inventory of Mr. Gamble's property, 186 slaves were listed by name and age. The next year, the federal census, 1860, lists 190 slaves living in 57 cabins. Now, they ranged in age from 2 months, and if you can believe this, 105. But there were there were quite a few elderly slaves in 1860. No one knows where those slaves were buried. I have read this document, and the only reference to anything historical in it is on page 12, where it says that if anything historical is found, construction will stop and the proper authorities will be notified. Well, that's reactive, and I think maybe that we should be proactive. I would like to request that a ground-penetrating survey be completed on the entire site before construction begins. Now, I'm not talking about just a spotty, 5-foot section here, 5 square feet here, and 5 square feet here. I'm talking about the entire property. A ground-penetrating survey will indicate if any unknown Seminole or slave graves are on this property. And I think that's very important. Okay, on another subject. I would like to ask each of you commissioners, and thank you for allowing me to speak, by the way, each of you commissioners and the members of the Benderson team also, if they would like to live across the street from this development. My suspicion is that in your mind you're saying no. Then why is it okay for this development to be across the street from where I live? I'm just asking that you put in a development across the street from where I live that you would want across the street from where you live. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And well-timed. So, ma'am, please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence. Tell us if you've been sworn, and then you have 3 minutes.
Okay, I'm Felicia Silpa, and my county is Manatee County, and yes, I have been sworn. I have stuff that I would like, and I don't know how to get it to you guys.
So what you can do is you can hand it to David right over here, and there needs to be one extra copy for the clerk.
I have it.
She already has it. Wonderful. He'll pass it out. You go ahead and start.
Okay. What you are receiving is an excerpt from my historical archaeology research designs. It was my master thesis on the Gamble Plantation. One of the things that I am concerned with is the water. And Todd and I have discussed this many times, and it still frightens me. In 1843, Samuel Reed came through and went ahead and mapped this area. And could we? Okay, you have it up there. This is Section 8. Gamble did not buy the sections that was mapped with 3 ephemeral ponds. And I know that, or I assume, it's because he bought what was south of 29th Street, essentially. It was leading in towards the mill. And the slaves dug 16 miles of drainage canals, including creating a creek, a permanent creek. One of the things I'd like to ask is, please, in the past, when I have come up for the property south of 29th Street, that we had an ordinance that was put in to protect the water and to protect any of the canals that might have been in there. I ask that that be also done on anything that's above 29th Street North, and to realize that if they obstruct the water, it's going to flood the E-Lakes where I live, and it will also probably flood south of 29th Street. And then the second thing that I'd like to bring out is this was approximately 2 years ago at my neighbor's house right across from me. I'm going to ask that please be aware that the more and more construction we're doing, the more and more we're going to lose this. So, thank you.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Sir, when you get to the podium, please state your first name, your last name, your county of residence, whether you've been sworn, and you have 3 minutes to address the board.
Thank you. I'm Daniel Silva, her underling, and I've been a resident and worker of Manatee County for over 27 years, and I have been sworn. My comments are solely related to the Benderson project north of 29th Street East. It didn't come out clear, but the current zoning is 1A. The other zoning mentioned are what's in the planned usage. But this is nothing but a little island of small farms, residences, some of which have been people there for many generations. My entire comment to y'all is that this is a little eyesore, a little island of old-style Florida. It's going to be encircled by development. Do you want to get rid of it, which by approving this project that will happen eventually? Or do we want to preserve this little island as a little part of prior Florida? That being said, that's the major issue I have. Now, the second issue is I'm very cheap and I'm a taxpayer. If these projects go forward, 29th Street East will become massively utilized. I understand the county transportation expert has stated that he can't state until the actual studies are done whether the roadway will hold up, but I'm telling you, it's not. Right now, 2 pickup trucks can't pass without one of them going into the dirt. After the Benderson project is completed, what will happen is we taxpayers will be asked to update this road. I'd like to try to take that on ahead of time. Additionally, the intersection of Ellington Gillette Road and 29th Street East is a horrible intersection. It is a school bus stop, and the kids who stay there are pretty much on the road because otherwise they're stepping into mud and a barbed wire fence. So we always have to worry about somebody who's late for work driving through and running one of them over. Another part of the infrastructure that needs to be dealt with. I thank you all for your time and for your careful deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. 27 years you've been here. You look familiar. I feel like I've come across you somewhere along the way.
Also, post office is underwanted.
Ma'am.
Hi, I'm Kathy Rose. I have been sworn in. I'm from Tideview, also in Manatee County. I just have a couple of things that I'm concerned with. I'm concerned with this project. I'm concerned with, of course, traffic, because 17th is a very narrow road, okay? Not as narrow as 29th, but it's still narrow for a lot of traffic. I'm concerned with security. You know, when you have, okay, from previous history in where I've lived before, the more congested it gets, the higher the insecurity goes up, okay? More break-ins and demolition of properties and things like that. This is just something that happens. You know, you get people in that rent, they don't care about the area as much as someone who has an interest of financial interest in the area. Those are my two big concerns. That, and I also think that they're underestimating how many children will be going into the schools through these apartments that they're planning. So those are my concerns, and thank you.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. Sir, you probably have the routine by now, first and last name and all that.
My name is Robert Valley. I am a resident of Manatee County. I live in Tideview Estates, and I've been sworn in. I don't usually get up and speak, but I'm not 105 years old, but I'm probably older than most of the people on the board. And I've been around Manatee County for a little while. I'm not specifically talking about any issue that was already talked about, but in general, I'd hate to see Tideview Estates, where I live and move to because I like the sound of the cows across the street, really destroyed. But progress is understandable. And so I'd hate to see the island that I formerly lived in down on Bayshore Windmill Village become a Tideview Estates, surrounded by commercial and places that are difficult to go through in the dark. And you may not all live long enough, but I have a picture in my file that has a hand on it with a bullet in it, and it was from the bullets that just fell down on Windmill Village when I was living there. Why? Because people don't think in that neighborhood, couldn't go out around it very much. It's surrounded by a fence, it had private roads, people didn't come in much. It was fairly safe while you were inside, but as soon as you stepped outside, you didn't know what you were stepping into. I hope you don't create that for Tideview Estates. I'm concerned about the density of the population going in here, and although I can't address it specifically, it seems like a lot of people for the multi-use families. I'm concerned about safety and security, as most of the people have spoken before me, because I'm getting along in years and I can't run very fast. I'm pretty slow, and I like where I live. I understand the warehouses are coming. They seem to be more acceptable and high-density population for the schools for all the reasons I've already spoken about. But I'd like you to just consider my comments at least. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. For someone who's not a public speaker, you're an excellent public speaker. Yes. Is there anyone else who would like to come forward at this time to speak on this item? Okay. We're going to close public comment now, and I'll turn to Charlie. Do you have any closing statements you'd like to make, sir? Either of you? No? Okay, nothing from staff. Would the applicant like to make any final statements?
Yes, I'll try to be brief. Thank you, Chair. Just want to respond to a few comments that we heard during public comment. The first of which, I'm just running through my notes here, there seemed to be just a bit of confusion about the location and number of dwelling units. To be clear, 270 dwelling units are proposed for the southwestern parcel only, the balance of the 600 total, so 330, would be allotted for the northern parcel that we've discussed at length. Specific to the Blackburn Elementary concerns and the fears of children who may wish to access that, we're proposing as part of our project providing public sidewalk facilities on the north side of 17th Street, which don't exist today, which would provide a direct pedestrian conduit between the proposed residential facility and the school, the elementary school to the west. Just to state for the record, and I know all of you know this well, but an environmental study and report was performed, submitted, and accepted by the professional staff of Manatee County, which didn't observe any protected species on site. And then last but not least, just saying it out loud, obviously enforcement is different from the law. The law is no truck traffic on 17th Street west of 51st east, and enforcement, of course, is a different thing. But just wanted to put that on the record. And I'd also want to ask Mr. Mathis if he had anything he'd like to say.
Thank you, Commissioners. My name is Todd Mathis, representing Benderson Development. I've been sworn. Appreciate the time and effort that your staff has put into this project. As Commissioner Ballard, you pointed out regarding 51st Street, we are working in partnership with the county to improve the segment of 51st Street from 301 to 17th, but we're also working in partnership with the county to ensure that that future thoroughfare roadway that's been on your maps for a couple decades can actually be delivered. And a lot of traffic that folks complain about moving east and west on 17th Street or 301 or 29th Street or wherever that wants to go north and south will be able to use 51st Street. It's in large part why we went out and acquired the parcel north of 29th Street from Rick Davis. So it's always our pleasure to work as your partner in the delivery of these projects. They're good for our projects. They make it something we can be prideful of, but they also deliver a facility which is available to the larger community. And so we look forward to the opportunity to continue to work toward those projects. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Satcher and Commissioner Ballard are on the board. Commissioner Satcher, this is for deliberation.
Deliberations. Oh, this is not questions to applicants?
Well, if you want to ask an applicant a question, I suppose we could make a, Ms. Shank, is that all right? Can we?
Yes, you can ask questions.
You can ask questions.
I just wanted to be sure I understood. You're proposing on the north side of 17th sidewalk that goes all the way to the elementary? That's what it sounded like you said?
To the edge, yeah, absolutely.
Or to the edge of your property?
Yes, sir, just to the edge of our property. The adjacent landowner, I believe, is Blackburn Elementary. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Is that it, sir? All right, it's quick and easy.
I like sidewalks. I like safe kids, so I like to.
You're unique that way.
I like that.
Commissioner Ballard.
So
That's what he brings to the board, yes. Commissioner Ballard.
And we are grateful for that. I do appreciate the clarifications. I do think that there are some really excellent things about this proposed project. We need things like the Florida International Trade Port, and we need the workforce housing to support those jobs. And we need that kind of thing in District 2 specifically. I will say that I do have concerns about the residents of Tideview Estates specifically, making sure that that their quality of life doesn't deteriorate, making sure that 51st corridor is utilized, and that the traffic on 17th is not getting out of control. So whatever we can do to ensure that happens, I think is very important. I'm also excited to hear about the sidewalks to the elementary school. I think that safety concern that people were raising is very, very legitimate. I also just wanted to add that I know that you all have an HOA meeting on the 8th of February, and I will be at that HOA meeting on February 8th. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. No one else is on the board. Does anyone want to chime in for discussion before we move on? Okay, we're going to move towards a vote now. There's been a motion made by Commissioner Cruz to approve items 16 and 17. Can that be done in one vote, Ms. Shank, or do they need to be separated?
2 separate votes.
2 separate votes. We'll go with item number 16 first, which is the small-scale comp plan and text amendment. And so we'll be voting, if they can pull 17 off of the screen, is that possible? Perfect. So we're going to be voting on 16 first. Commissioner Cruz, your motion just for 16, that's fine as well? Yeah. Okay, and Commissioner Ron, you seconded that? Yes, sir. Okay. So then, Commissioners, at this time, we have a motion to approve by Cruz, seconded by Ron. We can cast our votes now. And item number 16, Madam Clerk, passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. And now we'll pull item number 17 up.
And, Mr. Chair, on 17, I would suggest adding the clarification that the motion to approve as modified by the stipulations in the update memo.
Anyone want to say so moved? Second. Okay. So we have that motion by Cruz, and Cruz, if you could click your button when it shows up to click the motion on the screen. There we go, Cruz, and then Ron seconded it. Perfect. Okay, so Commissioners, the motion is by Commissioner Cruz to approve as stated by Ms. Shank, seconded by Commissioner Ron, and we can cast our votes now. This is for the rezone. And it passes, Madam Clerk, unanimously by a vote of 7-0. All right, thank you all. We're going to move on to number 18. Mrs. DePaul, would you please introduce item number 18?
Should I introduce all of them?
Ms. Shank, do you want to introduce all of them?
Basically, these items each require a separate motion, but they're not public hearings. So
But they each need to be read into the record, correct?
that's the first sentence, the LDC amendment ordinance number.
Get that, Ms. Shank? I'll just bang these out. Hold
So-
on. That's okay. So you want me to read number 18, which is LDCT-22-03 ordinance 23-13 FKA 22-33 county-initiated land development code text amendment. Is that sufficient?
Yes.
Okay. So that's item number 18. It's chapter 2, if you like. So that's item number 18. We're not holding votes on any of these. We're reading them into the record, correct?
No, there are motions.
No, there are motions.
Each one needs a motion.
Yes.
Okay. So item number 18, we're gonna probably move quickly through these. David,
Hold on.
I just
I
need a
need David.
motion. before I-
not your David.
No, I need that, David.
Your computer screen is frozen up.
Well, yeah, I'm locked out of my on base.
We can do it verbal.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay, we'll do this verbally. Okay, so we need a motion to approve number 18. Anyone can do that. We have a motion by Commissioner Satcher, and it has been seconded by Commissioner Ron. For item number 18, we're going to open this to public comment. Can I open all of them to public comment at
No,
one time?
individual.
Individually. So we're open this to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 18 on today's agenda? Okay, seeing no one, we'll close public comment. There are no commissioners on the board to speak. We'll move forward with the vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, item number 18 passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. Item number 19, LDCT-22-04, Ordinance 23-25, FKA 22-52, County-Initiated Land Development Code Text Amendment Maintenance within wetland buffers. All right. Well, yeah, if there's no one on the board, we'll entertain motions. We have a motion to approve by Commissioner Satcher, has been seconded by Commissioner Baugh. We will open this up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 19 on today's agenda? Rosina would like to speak on 19? Oh, he's pointing to you. I think you got, so, I tell you, Bill was pointing at you. Okay, so we'll close public comment then, and we'll move forward with the vote. The motion was by Satcher, the second by Baugh to approve. All in favor, please say aye. 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 All opposed? Madam Clerk, number 19 passes unanimously.
20 we can skip over,
We
because
will
we
s-
continued that one.
We deferred 20.
Right.
We're going to 21 then. 21, LDC-T-22-08, Ordinance 23-14, FKA 22-65, County-Initiated Land Development Code Text Amendment, Section 531.1.1, however you want to call it. Agricultural uses, this is potbelly pigs. We'll entertain a motion.
So moved.
So we have a motion by, not Satcher, by Commissioner Bearden to approve, seconded by Commissioner Ron.
We have a presentation of it.
We will open this up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 21 on today's agenda? Okay, seeing no one, we'll close public comment. Motion was by Bearden and the second by Commissioner Ron. We'll move forward with the vote. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. All opposed? Madam Clerk, 21 passes unanimously. Number 22, LDCT-22-09, Ordinance 23-15, FKA 22-66, County-Initiated Land Development Code Text Amendment, General Cleanup and Business Process Improvements. We'll entertain motions.
So moved.
Motion by Commissioner Ron and a second by Commissioner Cruz to approve. We'll open this up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who would like to come forward to speak on item 22 on today's agenda? Seeing no one, we will close public comment. We'll hold the vote. All in favor, please say aye. 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 All opposed? Madam Clerk, 22 passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. Number 23, LDCT-22-13, Ordinance 23-17, FKA 22-69, County-Initiated Land Development Code Text Amendment, Building Height Compatibility and Building Orientation. We'll entertain motions on this one. We have a motion by Commissioner Ron to approve and a second by Commissioner Ballard. We'll open it up to public comment. Is there anyone from the public who'd like to come forward to speak on item number 23 on today's agenda? Okay, seeing no one, we will close public comment. We'll move forward with the vote. All in favor of item number 23, please say aye. 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 All opposed? Madam Clerk, number 23 passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. I'm going as quickly as I can. All right. Lastly, number 24, LDCT-22-17, ordinance number 23-18, FKA 22-74, County-initiated land development code text amendment calculating density and intensity on mixed-use projects at activity nodes and along urban corridors. Entertaining motions. We have a motion by Commissioner Baugh to approve and a second by Commissioner Bearden. We'll open item number 24 up to public comment. Is there anyone in the public who would like to come forward to speak on item number 24 on today's agenda? Okay, seeing no one, we're going to close public comment. We'll move forward with the vote. All in favor of 24, please say aye. 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 All opposed? Madam Clerk, item number 24 passes unanimously by a vote of 7-0. Do we have any commissioner comments for the day? No? Okay. Mrs. DePaul, do you have anything in closing? Ms. Shank, do you have anything in closing?
No, thanks.
Okay, we're adjourned.